We'll have our roll call. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome everyone, individuals, our ORJ staff, members of the public, and our CAB members for their time, their energy, and their commitment to our community of service. Thank you so much for your presence and being greatly appreciated. I also would like to thank our previous prior CAB chairpersons that are here today to speak with us, to share their experience as former CAB chairperson and members of CAB. And as we move forward now, we will have our roll call of members and introductions. Mariana, would you please discuss with that?
Absolutely, Ozzy. Nicole Green. Present. Ozzy Carter.
Present.
Brenda Lee.
Present.
Raina Moore.
Present.
Latanya Thompson.
Present.
Justin Van Zerber.
Present.
Raina Hurley.
Present.
Mark Danley. Jeffrey Robinson. Reverend Van Hook. We have 7 members present. Quorum is established, Ozzy.
Thank you so much, Mariana. So I'd also like to have introductions because so that the audience knows where each of us, what specific demographics we're representing and the number of years that we served on them. And I'll start with myself. My name is Ozzy Carter. I'm from East County. I'm going into my 4th year on tech.
Nicole Green, East County, and my brother. Latanya Thompson, West County, and my 2nd year. Renee Jolie, West County, and I'm working on my 3rd year.
Justin Van Zerber, West County.
Brenda Lee, West County, 2nd year. Rena Moore, East County, and this is my 2nd.
So moving on to our agenda. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the record of action from our December 14th, 2023.
Before that, public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Moving back, is there any public comment on any item under the jurisdiction of CAB that is not on our agenda? Seeing none and hearing none, moving forward. The next item is the approval of the record of action from our December 14th, 2023 CAB general meeting. I will be looking for a motion and a second. Review our minutes. A few seconds. Okay. And for those our minutes are in our binder on section 2, section 1.
Make that motion to approve this.
We have a motion on a second. You're able to capture that?
Yes, I did. Ozzy, would you like me to take a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Nicole Green. Ozzy Carter.
Aye.
Brenda Lee.
Aye.
Raina Moore.
Aye.
Justin Van Zerber.
Aye.
Renee Hurley.
Aye.
Latanya Thompson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item, we'll take a look at our agenda and overview of our process. Ariana, could you bring that screen up, please? So moving forward, our next item is our business at hand. We will begin our annual retreat. And look at our agenda and overview of the process. And you can find the agenda on page 2 in our handbook for morning session.
If I may, Ozzy, to share a few things from the folks in the room and then also for folks that might be following online. Is that okay? Sure. Okay, so, good morning, everyone. For all of our CAB members present in person, you do have a binder that has all of the reference docs that are listed in the, agenda packet that has been posted, online. So we will be, as we go throughout the day and the various PowerPoint presentations, we'll reference some of those documents that's there before you. At the same time, for those who are following online, everything that the members have in front of them in binder form, you all can follow through the various attachments on the in the agenda packet.
Okay. So moving forward,
So Gary, you want to pull up the presentation? Actually, if you go to slideshow. Yeah, at the top where it says slideshow. And then from the beginning, that's all the way, yeah. There we go. I think we can go to slide 3. There we go.
thank you. Our morning session, we will be learning and clarifying our roles as we build relationships and develop common understanding of the history of CAB 8109 and local justice reform efforts. We provided a historical lens from the 8109 and ORJ from a staff's perspective. We will develop, we will get an introduction to the budget. We'll have lessons learned from the past board members and an interactive game that will be fun and exciting to test our memories as we prepare for lunch. Our afternoon session, we will continue to identify our priorities. We'll celebrate our accomplishments. We'll field questions about overall purpose or process. We'll also provide an overview of CAB's standing committees. We'll also have a recap from our morning session and discuss organizing CABs for 2024. It is our goal to further expand your knowledge by sharing firsthand experiences of our present board members, Nicole, Justin, Rena, and LaTanya, along with past members, Harry Thurston, the CAB chairperson of 2019, and Crawford Carpenter, our most recent chairperson of 2023. who will share their experiences on how they approach CAB's work. We value all contributors and participants. You are all welcome to participate. I have to tell them which slide. Next slide, please. So, this is the fun part, our introduction icebreaker. I'm going to read the instructions because I did not create those, but I'm going to send it to you. Okay, here are the instructions. Game we're playing, well, the interactive event that we're having is called Common Thread. We're providing each of you, everyone has some yarn. Okay, each participant is to think of one or two professional or personal aspects that they believe they share with others in the group. Example would be hobby, values, and goals. Each participant needs to find others with similar or related commonalities, and as they make these connections, tie their strengths together. I'm going to encourage each of you to share briefly with the group what commonality they've discovered and why it's important to them. By the end of this, we have a wonderful presentation of common thread. So I guess I'll begin. I like oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess.
Each participant is to think of one or two professional or personal aspects that they believe they share with others in the group. An example, hobbies, values, and goals. Okay, and then you need to find others with similar or related commonalities. And as they make these connections, you have to tie their strings together. So who would like to go first?
Go that way, 'cause I'm all.
I'm already thinking too much in my head. That's professional.
No, it can be a hobby, it can be a value or a goal.
My goal is to be for today.
Let's go with that. Let me go back.
Yeah. I'm very positive read. I'll be in
I said, I have a lot of books.
You read too?
Oh, yeah, I have over.
Well, let's.
So how do we do that? Okay, one note, okay, this is all I have now, what we do is speak.
You go back to your seat.
Well, they have to stand there.
Yeah,
You
right.
may know, you know
Oh,
what
okay,
that is.
long enough to do that, gotcha. Oh, sorry.
So now each of you have to say,
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
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 I go. I like shopping. I mean, I get tied to her twice.
I guess right here, we can tie it.
So how do I tie to her?
Do we just tie again to?
Yeah, so now.
Yeah.
Yeah, add me to you.
It's a beautiful, messy well.
Okay, then what we gonna do about you, Nicole?
Here, you gotta add that, because I like shopping too.
Like shopping.
Oh, wait.
Oh, free.
Wait, you know, just tie yours again. And then who's the other person that likes shopping?
All of us, all the women. In the little world.
I'm in somebody's feet.
Okay, so actually, that's everybody, no, like shopping?
No, got two more.
Okay, so who's next? After shopping, where?
She's shopping, definitely shopping.
How do you,
I don't know my screen.
I don't know.
I don't know much anymore.
It's on my head.
That was one of these mine.
And we are succeeding. The purpose was to have fun.
fine, I'm not even sure.
Community Voices is, open homeless outreach and such.
You can outreach, homeless outreach.
Homeless outreach? Okay, so next. Okay, right.
I think that.
Like I lost.
Somebody about to call.
They
strange.
How do you know?
Once you type it again.
Just keep your other piece in your hand, that's how you know it's yours.
Okay, this is
Oh.
confusing.
It's like table.
All of this,
Oh, we gonna want a line, we gonna do all this stuff together.
That's the purpose.
It's supposed to
yeah,
be,
we all mixed up.
Oh,
I don't know where my screen is anymore, right? No.
Okay, so I'm next. One of my hobbies, hobbies and goals is that I'm a lifelong learner. Lifelong learner.
I will. Okay, I gotta try to get some off.
Okay, wait.
I know, it's all go through it.
You know we don't know.
Oh, they have it.
When?
Who took it?
Well, we could attach it.
Yeah, we're trying to.
I'm running out, so I don't know if you need.
I feel like this is the beginning of a joke, like, how many cabins?
Well, I know.
No, that's cool.
Okay.
I'm here, this was mine.
Okay, so who's
It
next?
did, 3 people took mine, so it's like, I don't know where it
I
is.
think Justin and.
And Rita.
I'm sorry.
Freedom Fighter.
Wait,
I didn't get
So,
it.
Renee,
I didn't know my name.
Yeah, Renee.
Oh.
I'm running out of connections.
Yes, we all are.
For goals or values.
all that is, oh, church.
There you go.
Yeah, we can find it. I will. And all the time. Yeah, it's talk down in hospital.
I gotta preserve my.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Which church?
yeah, great fight.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, I didn't tie it, and no more.
So now over there.
So we have one other consent.
I could go, to improve the lives of people who are incarcerated.
Oh, that was fun.
It's really a way.
Common thread.
Whole thing.
It's not your own. Oh, okay.
Are you trying to?
Yes.
So can somebody take a picture? Oh, I can, yes.
Oh, yeah, it is here.
Got it? You too?
Yeah.
Person.
Hope everybody get this angle.
I don't know if I can hold on to this. That one.
This thing here, so,
All right.
okay.
Beautiful job.
Okay.
All right.
Just let you go.
Good job.
No, you don't want to, it's connected to your bag.
We're gonna keep the meeting.
Next to my bag.
Yeah, I got my foot in your bag.
On the floor, the zipper here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's going.
So we need to get out.
We good?
Yeah, they're gonna put you right there. Okay, so check. Yeah, I'll say my bed.
Like they literally put it through the zipper. See,
Oh, you're cutting.
we had to, they put it through my zipper. Let me tie it.
Rolling friends can be.
I like that.
You know, identify the problem. I think that people part of.
I like what you said. That was it.
Yeah,
the money side of it.
We didn't think that the money was coming and going. We know it's not money, your money, or we didn't know.
It was all of us.
Well, now that we've all had a little energy flowing, our commonalities are established, we're all working on the same accord. We all have pretty much the same goal, same aspirations. We're all here working toward a common goal to assist our population. It's funding available. So we're moving on to our next section. And that is, what is community advisory? Can we get the PowerPoint, please?
Gary, are you there?
Yes, I'm working on it right now.
Okay, sorry.
While Mariana is working on that, the primary purpose of this retreat is to orient new members into CAB, to review history of AB 109 and CAB to date, and to plan for 2024. Next slide, please. First, we're going to talk about CAB structure and flow. The CAB body is a 15-member board of community stakeholders, including 12 voting members and 3 alternate members, with representation from across the county. CAB is part of an overall countywide AB 109 partnership between governmental and non-governmental institutions and agencies. An example would be government, sheriff's office, probation, public defender, etc. Non-governmental would be community-based housing, reentry service providers. We advise and make recommendations to the Community Corrections Partnership, which is CCP. So giving a brief overview of CCP. The CCP are mandated by the state to oversee the AB 109 funding and policy implementation. The CCP is responsible for preparing the AB 109 operational plan, annual budget, and policies for approval by the County Board of Supervisors. The CCP is led by the probation chief, which is the chair, and representatives from the following agencies: Superior Court, District Attorney, Public Defender, and the Sheriff. The head of County Departments of Social Services, the head of County Departments of Mental Health, the heads of County Department of Employment, head of the County Alcohol and Substance Use Programs, the head of the County's Office of Education, the County Supervisor, CAO, or a designee of the Board of Supervisors, the Chief of Police, an annual rotation of city police departments, CBO representatives with experience in rehabilitating services for criminal offenders, and victims representatives. The CCP in turn is responsible for making recommendations to the Public Protection Committee, which is the PPC, which is made up of 2 board supervisors. The Board of Supervisors is the PPC provides the primary interface between the Board of Supervisors and the Moving to our next slide. The purpose and function of CAB. What's the purpose of the CAB, and in what ways does this body have an impact on the county's implementation of AB 109 realignment? We provide input and feedback to the county on AB 109 realignment implementation. We advance county's consideration of the role, scope, and impact of the justice system on individuals, their families, and our local community by providing input on community needs, assessment implementation of AB 109 public safety realignment implementation, review data on outcomes, advise the CCP on engagement with the community, offer recommendations regarding programs, services, and funding opportunities to better serve the reentry population. CAB has engaged in an annual retreat and planning session that began a few years ago. In our first year and since, we've produced these CAB purposes and functions that guide and inform our work. In some years, certain functions are in greater focus than others. But these collectively are the fundamental principles that inform the public of our work. Justice reinvestment. This is an overarching statement of purpose. It is a holistic perspective for all those who are touched by the criminal justice system. We strive to ensure Contra Costa County is working to reinvest its criminal justice resources to support community corrections programs and evidence-based practices. Our intent is to advocate the CCP and Board of Supervisors for ongoing justice reinvestment. That phrase is defined by Vera Institute of Justice as a data-driven approach to corrections policy that seeks to reinvest savings based on policy changes into practice that have been empirically shown to improve public safety and accountability. Our policy and budget subcommittee leads the CAB's policy and budget recommendations discussion to foster better programming and innovation for justice-involved persons. As an advocate for community investment, support for acute community investments in programs and services while highlighting community needs, interests, desires, and goals. We also serve as a spotlight. And that word spotlight has been changed the last several years from being a watchdog. Something a little more soft. And by reviewing AB 109 revenues and investments, we accomplish this by monitoring the distribution of AB 109 funds. CAB questions examines AB 109 budget, both as proposed and as spent, how it's reported as spent. Finally, in the spotlight arena, we advocate for enhanced research and evaluation conducted by county staff, including the Office of the ORJ's Injury and Justice. Thank you. Sorry. We engage with the community, and we engage with the community to help build stronger relationships and educate them regarding 8109 aspects, while also receiving input from our residents, particularly those who have lived experience. We support public access with info on 8109 by championing easier access to documents. We attempt to accomplish this by influencing decision makers to increase transparency of 8109 budget, activities, and data. Last but not least, and not to be left out, we also look to decision makers, and decision makers must be aware of community priorities. CAB has standing committees. CAB has 3 standing committees. The first being Policy and Budget Subcommittee, Program and Services Subcommittee, Outreach and Community Engagement Subcommittee. In your binder, go to the binder and find where we can find the charter.
Yeah, and our documents list here. So in addition to the structure that she just went over, this is also continuation of that structure for CAB, where CAB has 3 standing subcommittees. A description of the subcommittee's operations will be under your CAB operating guidelines. So for those following online, I believe that is attachment 9 in your packet. And I don't know the table contents there in front of me, but, okay, number 9 in the table, okay, great. And if you go under Article 6, which starts on, page 6 of your operating guidelines, this, gives you a general sense of how each subcommittee, is to operate. There's a minimum of 3 members of CAB that would establish each subcommittee, so that way it can do a lot of its work. And then if you continue on to page 8 through 10, of the operating guidelines, you'll have your individual charters for each committee and the key responsibilities related to those. And in the packet, that would be page 86, start on page 86. So for example, under the first charter that's listed under policy and budget, the purpose of this committee is to assist CAB in making policy and budget recommendations to advance effective uses of AB 109 funds and distribution. So a little bit later, we'll be going over the AB 109 budget and the role that CAB plays in advising CCP on that. But some of the key work items or duties, if you will, of this committee include working collaboratively with CAB-related work groups or committees, developing a policy agenda, and make recommendations as it relates to your reentry program, services, and the population. Assist CAB with developing an annual budget request, analyze and make recommendations to improve departmental budget development and reporting analysis. Let me pause and just say here that a lot, when we talk later, we'll talk about the budgeting process. The way in which the budget process has taken place now had not always been that, what's the best way to put it? Maybe formally transparent, I'll say it that way. And so CAB along the way has made recommendations to the CAO and to the CCP about ways to increase budget transparency, have more public discussions around the budget, from how funds should be allocated to expenses that are made, why or why not are things funded in this particular way. So that's kind of incorporated now into the budget process that we've experienced to date. And that's all due to a lot of work we have. Yeah, came out of policy, but and other responsibilities and functions that advance the community. Moving on to programs and services, the purpose of this committee is to advance justice, reinvestment, and protect community investments. This will be achieved through proactive and reactive tasks, including development of reports, informing and presenting to CAB, CCP, and board of supervisors on any committee findings, recommendations, engaging service providers and stakeholders, promoting and supporting increased use of community needs assessments, promoting evidence-based practices and participation in other county committees or offices as assigned by CAB. Now, I know that sounds like a lot in terms of the work that is involved, but over the last few years, the Programs and Services Committee has really taken on doing a lot of the research and information gathering on behalf of CAB to help inform some of CAB's policy directions or recommendations that they like to lift up to CCB. And I suspect that this committee will continue to do some of that work. I won't read the rest verbatim. And then moving on to Outreach and Community Engagement Committee Charter. The purpose of this committee is to assist CAB to fulfill its stated purpose of gathering and providing information and communications on the county's efforts to promote justice reinvestment by building stronger relationships with the community, to educate them on what is happening with reentry and criminal justice, receiving community input, and improving public access to information on reentry efforts. I would say certain, and I know we'll discuss this more when we get to some of the accomplishments of each subcommittee, but I know this is an area that has always been of great interest to OCEC. That's how we refer to outreach and community engagement, is to take a lot of the information that you all have learned and have gathered over time and bring it back to the community. So whether that is for the purpose of recruiting new members to join CAB or just to generally share out to the community what is happening here in our county that you all tend to get, kind of front row seat to due to some of the planning and the advocacy work that you do. So all to say, those are some of the highlights of each of the committees and the work that they. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed.
Oh, this is me. Oh,
So
any
the
questions?
next thing is
Okay,
that-
back to me. Okay, sure, no problem.
That's an overview, on the 8109 history and the impact of mass incarceration.
Yes, and before I jump into it, are there any questions that any members have about anything that's been shared so far? Kind of foundational information, about CAP structure and all of that. Okay, and then any questions from the public? Ariana, we can't see the full screen, so if you see hands raised, let us know.
Okay, there are no questions from the public.
All right, awesome. Okay, so yeah, we're going to move on then to the next section, AB 109, history and intent. If you can go to the next slide, when we talk about AB 109, public realignment here in Contra Costa, we cannot separate it from what we know as mass incarceration and how that is not unique, or had not been unique to the state of California, but certainly has taken place all over the country for many, many years. And so what AB 109 public realignment attempted to do was really to address the overcrowding in our state's prison system. But overcrowding is a direct result of mass incarceration, right? And in one level, we can see it as a phenomenon, but in another vein, we also see it as the result of a culmination of various policies and laws that were put in place over decades that then essentially ballooned our incarceration sector, right? And what mass incarceration really simply means is that our society by far incarcerates more of its citizens compared to any other country in the world. So our rate of incarceration is significantly high. And so that kind of tells us or gives us some insight into where our values lie as a society, right? And where our attention should be if we wish to move the needle or shift the pendulum to another to another angle. So I found this really cool short video that I like to play for you all. I don't know if you may be able to play it from the slide, Miriam. But and I want to say that this video, it's a little dated. So you're going to hear certain statements that are made that are not necessarily specific to the state of California and are kind of speaking to some old policies, but nonetheless, I think the general sense about mass incarceration and its impact on our society, and what that means for us, is really, really important for us to learn and hear, to sort of set the framework of then why certain justice reform efforts or policy changes were so critically needed. So you can play that for us really quickly. Uh-oh, can you guys hear it? Can you hear it over there?
I can hear it. You all
Oh.
cannot hear it?
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even know the setting. When you share screen,
At the bottom, there should be a button you can click to share sound.
Oh, okay, let me try that.
yes.
Oh, share sound. Yep, I see it.
Company called Visually emailed me and was like, hey Hank, if you could do a high quality animated video on any issue in the world, what would you choose? Now that was a hard choice, but I went with incarceration in America because it is messed up. Now, crime is also messed up. Bad things happen to good people, and that's terrible, and something should be done about it. Well, we send people to prison to be punished, and to prevent them from doing bad things again, and to deter others from breaking the law. Punishment, corrections, and deterrence. Now, we have this habit of thinking of prisoners as something very external to society. After all, there are literal walls between them and society, walls capped with razor wire and watched over by people with guns. But millions of prisoners are released each year. Today's prisoners are tomorrow's neighbors, so corrections should probably be the most important piece of the incarceration pie. Unfortunately, it is not. We are, however, really good at punishment. America has about 4% of the world's people and about 25% of the world's incarcerated people. We have the highest incarceration rate in the world. Over the last 30 years, that number has skyrocketed, increasing over 400%. 41% of American juveniles and young adults have been arrested by the time they turn 23. Children as young as 13 years old have been sentenced to die in prison. And our prisons violate international standards. Solitary confinement increases instability and violence in inmates and is considered by international law to be torture. But in America, it's not regulated by anyone except the prison officials. No judge, no jury. Arguably the most devastating form of punishment we enact in this country, and yet there is no appeals process. And you think it's hard to get a job in America? Well, we make it intentionally more difficult to get a job once you have a conviction on your record, not to mention just to live your life. Convicts are ineligible for welfare, student loans, public housing, food stamps, and are often socially disconnected from community and family support structures. So in addition to having high recidivism rates, they have very high rates of homelessness and suicide. Somewhere along the way, we started to think that being tough on crime meant being tough on criminals, but that's not the same thing. Punishment is only one piece of a much larger crime reduction pie. And it's an expensive one, with some institutions paying more than $100,000 per year per prisoner. Long prison sentences have helped to decrease crime, but no more than 25% of the decrease we've seen can be attributed to incarceration, and it costs far beyond just dollars. The cost is to people, to our country, to communities, to families, and to ourselves. The policy seems to be, if you've committed a felony, we just give up on you. These wars on crime, wars on drugs, they are wars on people. The smart political move is to appear tough on crime because crime is scary, so we increased minimum sentences, we arrested more people, we sent more of them to prison. That's how we looked tough on crime, but the results are in. It's bad policy. It's cruel, it's short-sighted, and to continue this policy of mass incarceration would be foolish. We're living inside of a massive $75 billion per year failed experiment. 2010 was the first year in nearly 40 years that the number of incarcerated individuals in America did not increase. Policymakers are beginning to realize the magnitude of this failure, but there is a long way to go. John, I'll see you on Tuesday.
All right. So what are folks' thoughts and reactions to this video? What's something that stood out for you?
How many think about there? You know, pretty one of those, what, the United States, you think the United States is the greatest. We are, we're the greatest country to incarcerate. You don't think about, once you're incarcerated, what you're gonna do? So, it's like you're throwing them away. It's like you're actually throwing them away, that they're no longer part of society, but they are. And the more you ignore them, the bigger problem you're gonna get. So when we look at incarceration, it has to change. And thankfully, we're looking at changing it, because we're gonna have to change it to be in the society. You know, I mean, what else can we do? You know, live in fear, you know, having fences around our houses, not knowing your neighbor because you're afraid, you know, what they're gonna do to you. I think incarceration to this magnitude has contributed to that effect on our society. So.
One of the key things that stood out to me was the slow down. Incarcerated individuals are our neighbors. And that's one of the key things that I like to say to people when that stigma of fear of people in jail. The way you know the person I was standing right next to him wrote to it. Could have been someone else, so I don't know. So that really stood out to me because we have to take away that fear. The fear of if I find out you're in jail, it's every person, your neighbor could have been someone else incarcerated. And we are quick to, as we said over there, is Oh, we are quick to punish someone, right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing that goes to our mind is punishment. So once you walk through those gates and you're incarcerated, there is a big sticker on your forehead. Your life will never be the same. So I really enjoyed this video. I like the way, I think she had like the way they explained it. So a lot of it resonated with me.
I think there's supposed that they, people who are incarcerated, once they release, they're not able to get on benefits, like get jobs, housing, et cetera. You bring it back to that, you remind because it's true. For myself, I've been experienced.
You know, one thing that really stuck out to me, I really liked how they broke down that pie,
Yes.
right? That when we tend to think of our justice system, that it's punishment, corrections, and rehabilitation, right? I think that was the three prongs of the pie, and that there's been this overemphasis on the punishment side.
Yes.
That we equate justice to mean punishment, right? Or that's our answer to holding folks accountable. And the other thing that stood out was that they saw that mass incarceration wasn't just a thing that happens, that it was designed through policy.
Right.
They called it bad policy. So that means in order to correct bad policy, we need better policies, right? So with that said, if you can go to the next slide, one of those policies that at least helped to address the same experience that we're having here in California, where again, I mentioned where mass incarceration results in an overcrowding in the prison system. So the more you incarcerate, the more your prisons get overfilled. Then what does that mean for those who are serving their time while they're incarcerated? You can just only imagine the types of work conditions that they were under, to the degree where you've had significant public health concerns, right? Folks are dying in prison. So a Supreme Court decision was made that the state of California needed to do something about that. Then the policy of AB 109, public realignment, came into effect in October of 2011. So we are now well over 10 years of implementing public realignment. And so that affected every county in the state of California. Not all states have this specific legislation. Many states have their own various forms of justice reform, but I'm not quite aware of. I'm sure there are some that are there that had a structure as similar to the Public Realignment Act. And what Public Realignment did, or AB 109 for short, which is the bill number, what it did was transfer the responsibility of incarcerating individuals who were typically sent to the state prison system on low-level felonies. So some of those felonies, we call them the 3 nons: non-serious, non-sexual, and non-threatening. Okay. So instead of sending those individuals to the state prison system, which in doing so stops the flow of people going into the prison system, they then in turn said that those individuals would serve their time in county detention facilities and or be supervised under community supervision through the probation departments, right? So for the first time, probation departments specifically, we're kind of put in the hot seat because now they have this, what many felt and believed would be now this enormous new number of folks who would now be on their caseloads, on probation, local supervision. Same with the case for other law enforcement agencies, many police agencies, our sheriff's office, and just the community in general. We're very, very fearful about what the impact of the local community would be as a result of AB 109. What we've seen here at Contra Costa is that, well, it wasn't that, it didn't open up the floodgate necessarily. But that said, but what it did do, and I would say a positive impact from this policy shift, is that it now created a new foundation and a new sort of parallel system to the typical criminal justice track, right? You get arrested, you get charged, the charge is filed in the district attorney's office, you get convicted, you serve your time, and then you get out and build up to you. Though those similar processes are somewhat still in place, but now we also have some alternatives. Now we have funding to be able to, one, you don't get separated from your community. You serve your time here, you're on probation here locally. But then there's also a suite of resources that are now available to you intended to support your reintegration back into the community. So now the entire system's objective through AB 109 is how do we reduce recidivism? How do we ensure that folks after their time served are able to reconnect, have the resources that they need to get on their feet, and are welcomed within their community. So that's essentially what AB 109 did, I can say, at least for us here in Contra Costa. And actually before it went into effect in October of 2011, our local community here was already in the process of planning around how to better support justice impacted folks. So there was an effort led through, I believe, or facilitated through Urban Strategies Council to connect with various stakeholders on how do we best support folks who were reentry or formerly incarcerated. So I just want to take a quick minute and turn you all's attention to, let's see here, it will be attachment 13 in the agenda packet. And for you all here, I believe that will be 13, tab 13 in your binder. We usually use this as an exercise in previous CAB retreats. There's a snippet from the actual AB 109 legislation. And I want to give you an opportunity, it's a 2-pager, to just read through this really quickly and then share, if you may, out loud, what are some of your reactions to the legislative intent? So for those of us just joining, hi, welcome. We're looking at attachment 13 in the packet, which in the binder would also be tab 13. We're looking at the some of the key principles or legislative intent of AB 109. Anything in particular jumps out at anyone?
Well, the first for me, it was, the first couple of slides, I said in reference to like, the first thing I highlighted was number 2. Despite the dramatic increase in collections.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
No, I'm usually louder than that.
No, that's the pride.
I don't know why I'm like getting here. No, so I'm so sorry about that. So the first thing that stood out to me reading from the top to bottom was number 2. Because it's just shocking to feel that way where, the work that constantly needs to be done and reevaluated. But just that it stood out to me just based on, there really hasn't been any change, what the national data shows, and I think number 3, and 2. But number 1 was, number 2 was the first one I highlighted, like, I was just in agreement with that, so, it was the first, number 2 and number 3 that really stood out to me, just in the feedback.
I think for me, the first line really stands out to me. I think for the legislature to name that they're committed to reducing recidivism, like empowers our group, right? Because we can come back to this narrative and say, you have written this, you declared it, this is a priority for you. So I think having this kind of text is really helpful. I think it recenters like our voice, right? I did have a question in number 5. It says, there's the first part of the sentence that leads to which are strengthened through community-based punishment. What is that?
So actually, I think they have it defined on number 8. Community-based punishment means evidence-based correctional sanctions and programming encompassing a range of custodial, non-custodial responses to criminal or non-compliant offender activities. So, similar to what we saw in the video, right, where it talks about how we address or deal with criminality, that there are those 3 pies: your corrections, your rehabilitation, and your punishment. So what we're seeing is that there's still that tone within the legislature, still encompassed within this policy. So though at the time, the policy, AB 109 was critically important considering what the conditions were, it still mirrored a lot of the thinking around how we address criminality at that time. So that's a good thing that you're pointing out. You're pointing out some of the language that's still being used, even as we're trying to find a pathway forward.
I want to piggyback off of Jesse because I didn't think to look at it like that. But how you just said it reminds us of our priority and what to hope and account for. And that just stood out to me because all my years ago, I never thought of it in that manner. But just it aligns with what our recommendations are on what we want, what this bill is supposed to be, and what we're fighting for. So just that one statement really made a lot more stuff jump out at me because it is. There's a lot of key things in here that this bill is supposed to do, and that's what we're constantly still fighting for in reference to collaborating amongst the community, the different CBOs, the different county partners. So it's just like it says priority points. So it's a reminder of these are the things of our work here as the CAB to ensure that they continue. So I appreciate you putting that out there because I've never looked at it.
Yeah, I haven't either, and I think trying to tie this back into some of our recommendations.
Right, so that's what, as soon as you said it, it tied
That's
back
right.
to the recommendations started sticking out to me on what we're working on. And that is here, so we can say it's been here.
Right.
And that's what we're fighting for, so it's nice to be able to see it and look at it from that standpoint.
For me, number 2 stood out, especially prior to watching the video as well, when you understand like when they are incarcerated and they get out, like some of the opportunities that they're not provided. And when you look at when someone is in jail, the purpose of them being in jail is to pay for the crime that they committed, right? Versus the why and the mindset and cognitive behavior, which is often not dealt with. So when you not having dealt with my mindset, you've only dealt with the outcome of it, and then you release me back into society. If I couldn't keep up with society 3 years ago or 5 years ago, and life is constantly changing on a job in our society over the last couple of years, how am I supposed to provide when I can't find a job, when I can't find a place to stay, when I'm not educated, when I don't have the skill set, my only option is, one, I'm gonna numb it with alcohol and drugs, and then I'm gonna go back to the environment that makes me feel safe. And so I think our focus should be on like, let's really look at the why and giving them the help, because most of them that are incarcerated, they are numb, right? They don't want to deal with the pain that they dealt with that has led them there. And so, but you're dealing with a little kid inside there, right? And I don't know the correct verbiage for it, but in the education system, they know by the time the child is in third grade, if they're headed to jail, right? So so we're getting it because it was ignored at this age,
Right.
at 9 and 10. Now we're dealing with it at the adult, so we can correct it here, but at the same time, someone needs to deal with it in real time so that we're not dealing with it here. And when it does get here, we're dealing with cognitive behavior, right? Because a lot of the people that go into the jail, that's volunteer for them to actually attend the class, right? So you're not mandating. So even though we have the services, everybody's not receiving. So I think as we look at this, like put the pieces together. Why is it increasing? And let's focus on that.
Great points. Thank you, everyone. So on the screen here, just wanted to share what this service flow sort of diagram is. As I mentioned, AB 109 for Contra Costa really put us in a great position to support folks as they're coming home. Where at one point it was like, you know, there's $200 in your pocket, good luck, don't want to see you again. To now we have a suite of resources that are all, you know, available to you should you, obviously should you meet certain eligibility or certain qualifications. So at its basic level, and we still follow this basic sort of flow, so there's been some adjustments over time. Once those resources became available, I should say this first. When that transfer happened from the state to the local level, as agencies across our criminal justice system, so I mentioned earlier about Sheriff's Office, Probation Department, then you also had changes to be taken into account for the courts, for the District Attorney's Office, for your public defender, right? And are also local policing agencies. So knowing that that shift was coming, that meant that there was going to be a shift in operations as well. Well, we can't operate in the fullest extent possible to enact the actual legislation without those resources. So that transfer also brought a transfer of dollars, which made then available all of these services that had not been, or at least had not been well coordinated in the past, and specifically targeted then for folks who were returning from incarceration. So that then meant that the system needed to have a basic flow, coordination among various agencies, both county agencies and your nonprofit direct service providers. And so referrals were initiated through probation, since probation was getting both of the folks who were considered under AB 109. And then referrals are made to your county agencies, which are on the left-hand side here, mostly in the health realm, right? So our behavioral health resources, so your SUD treatment, your mental health services, homeless services, and then also connection to benefits. On the right-hand side, there was also referrals then sent to our community programs, which many of you have had an opportunity to connect with, right? So, and those were our one-stop reentry service navigation stops, some transitional housing, employment support, mentoring, and family reunification. So, again, the transition here is at one point, you were out on your own, you had to figure out how to get there, to now a coordinated effort among various organizations to ensure that resources are now made available to you. Now, are we a perfect system? By far, no. But we have done quite a bit and have made some significant inroads over the last several years. That I think is a testament to our county's commitment to better serve them. So go to the next slide, please. So again, the overall goal and objective through implementing AB 109 was ultimately to reduce recidivism. If the problem where we started was mass incarceration and overcrowding in our jail system, it wasn't just enough to say we want to stop the flow of individuals from coming in, if it's your first offense or whatever the case may be, but it's also to reduce the number of individuals who are incarcerated in the first place, right? So that's that, looking at alternatives to incarceration, other reentry services and programming that will help support reintegration and ensure folks never step back foot into those jail doors, and or also have successfully terminated probation or parole, giving us an indication that these individuals are fully supported in the community. And our ability to do so meant that we have to identify evidence-based programs that are geared toward reducing recidivism, looking at other alternatives to incarceration. So that's within the realm of community correction programs. When we talk about, let me back up a minute. When we talk about evidence-based programs, so on one side, there's ensuring that services, programs are made available that have been proven to be effective, we should devote our investments to. But then it also meant that our county agents, well, probation specifically, we're also then investing in evidence-based practices as we work directly with our probation clients and caseloads. So how we supervise, are we implementing evidence-based needs assessment to better understand their needs and direct them to those resources, right? So again, that coordinated effort and understanding that evidence-based programming and practice is needed to be adopted in all facets of this shift. And then lastly, educating returning residents for them to understand now what's available. At one point, all they knew was there's nothing, I don't have any rights, there's not much I can go for, you know, that's just what it is. To now, actually, there's quite a bit of stuff out there that if you are aware of it, you know about it, and we have people walking alongside you to navigate through all of those pieces, then you have a very likely chance of identifying what the goals you want for yourself and fill them to your fullest potential, right? All right, next slide. Okay, I think I'm supposed to pause here and pass it to Brenda. You want to do that, Brenda?
Okay.
Well, we have some follow-up questions, but given time, I can keep going. You let me know. Okay, all right.
I'm trying to get rid of your flow.
Okay, cool. Okay. So, any questions with anything that was shared so far? Comments, concerns, thoughts, or feelings? Okay, so then we're going to go to the next slide, Ariana. Thank you. So now that you kind of have a foundational understanding of AB 109, why that came to be, we want to spend some time looking at our local governmental structure and where CAB plays a role, where CAB fits within that structure, and really the community overall, where they fit within the structure to help advise and make input and give feedback on policy changes around our local justice system. So next slide. Okay, so this is a very oversimplified org chart that covers the basic functioning of our county government. Now, we have a county, Contra Costa County, but many of you live in certain cities, which also have their own operations, right? They have their own services and what have you, where they're meeting the needs of the residents of their city. But here at the county level, a good chunk of the work that comes out of the county really in that space of health services, social services, other public safety operations, things of that nature. So this is kind of the organization of our county. At the very top, we have our board of supervisors who are represented by 5 individuals across various districts across the county. Then, under that is our county administrator, similar to your city manager. So the county administrator is responsible for understanding and overseeing the operations of all of our county agencies. And in this category, all the way to the left, public safety, these are all of your major public safety agencies here in the county. You have your probation department, district attorney's office, public defender, sheriff, and animal services. So, now we also have local policing. Those are, I won't say supervised, but overseen, I should say, by your local cities. Okay, so, they all obviously coordinate and collaborate, on similar operations, but for the most part, at the county level, these are the agencies we're looking at. And then in the realm of health and human services bucket, we have our health services side. Again, this is very simplified because our health services department is huge and has a ton of units. Many of them are all well integrated and they are working closely with our justice population. So the ones that you'll hear mostly from as you're doing your work through CAB are public health, behavioral health. Our homeless services division is housed within our health department. Not many counties have that. So I just want to lift that up. And then one that's missing, I should have added here is detention health services. That's the unit that's providing medical care within our county jail system. Okay. Then, still under the bucket of health and human services, we have our employment and human services side. So that's usually all we work around public assistance and benefits. Our workforce board is housed under there, as well as our children and family services. We have general government agencies that handle all things from like collecting your taxes, assessing the value of properties, all that good stuff, running our elections throughout the county. Our county does a lot of stuff, all to say, right? And meeting the needs of many different populations, many different residents in a number of different issue areas, right? And then we have our sort of quasi county affiliates, if you will, our fire district, housing authority, and sanitation districts. So when you think about all of that, and then you see, oh, there's 5 elected members to make decisions on all these things, you can just imagine their attention is being tossed to and fro, right? So it's a lot for all of us to handle, but as a community, that's why it's very important to find those spaces and those places where through the process that the county has set up, you're able to uplift your input and feedback on the areas that are really of great concern to you. Next.
Can I just
Sure.
clarify one?
Sure.
So while you have the board of supervisors, 5 board of supervisors who oversee the budget on all of this,
Yes.
they don't oversee all the departments. The district attorney, the sheriff,
Yes.
and the assessor are elected, and the treasurer tax collector are, and the clerk are elected officials. So they don't dictate to those departments how they run their departments. They do oversee the budget.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. They are independently elected. They do oversee their budgets. They do have influence with those, because those are their colleagues, but yes.
But they operate independently.
And they operate
are
independently.
accountable to the public.
So next slide. And then these are your supervisors. They're the head honchos of their district. You see that? So when we often talk about the district makeup, we speak of it in terms of regions for the most part. So you have in the Western region, Supervisor Joya. This is Richmond, San Pablo area, El Cerrito, all of those areas. Then more like South Central, you have Supervisor Anderson. That's San Ramon, that's Danville, that's Lafayette, those areas. In that central area, Supervisor Carlson, so that's Pleasant Hill, Martinez, no, not Martinez, excuse me, Concord, those areas. And then you have along the waterfront at the top, going more east, you have a Supervisor Glover, who represents a lot of those areas. So we're talking about Pittsburgh, portions of Antioch and
West.
and portions
San
of
Pablo
West.
is- So he has a place.
Okay, thank you. And then that big plot of land all east is Supervisor Burgess. So we're talking about places like the rest of Antioch and Brentwood, Oakley. Then you have certain unincorporated areas like Knightson and Byron.
Yeah, and just understand the map, it's like all about. Supervisor Ferguson is a huge map.
Yeah.
That she represents. It's done by population. So every 10 years when the census is done, they redistrict and balance the supervisorial districts. And they have to be within a very small percentage population. So as you can see, East County is large, but not very populous. The population is centered in certain areas. And like in this, as you get down into the southern portion, most of that is ag, open space, unpopulated area that abuts District 2.
Great, thank you. So if you didn't know who your supervisor was before today, you have a brand spanking nice picture of them. So when you see them, say hello. Okay, next slide, please. So just like CAB has its standing committees, the board of supervisors also have standing committees. The two that I want to point out mostly that a lot of the work out of CAB goes to is the Public Protection Committee. So all of those public safety agencies that I shared earlier, or that bucket of public safety county agencies, report to the Public Protection Committee. So each standing committee has about 2 members of the board of supervisors that sit there and or sit on that committee. And they receive reports, feedback, and address and deliberate on issues related to those areas that committee is charged with. The Equity Committee is a newly renamed committee. It used to be the Hiring Oversight Committee. It then was changed to the Equity Committee and has largely been used in that time to support the implementation of or creation of, I should say, the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice. And other major equity discussions are also coming out of that committee. Luckily for us, we have, I believe, the same members for public protection that are also serving on equity committee. That's Supervisor Glover and Supervisor Joya. So obviously, some of the work out of CAB kind of falls into 2 categories there. But for the most part, all things related to AB 109 do go to the public protection. All right, next slide. And then this is a separate org chart, but of the various public safety related advisory bodies that CAB has a nexus to. So, and all of these bodies are also sharing updates and providing feedback to the Public Protection Committee. So while there are also agencies reporting to the Public Protection Committee, we also have the various advisory bodies that are also sharing at the standing committee level for the board of supervisors. All the way to the left is our Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. So that is the council that is looking at all issues related to our local juvenile justice system, and it has its various subcommittees. In the middle there, we talked about Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP. So CCP technically has 2 subcommittees, your Quality Assurance and CAC. So you guys are a subcommittee to an advisory body. And as a subcommittee, you all have your own subcommittees. So CAB is really, really unique in that way for the county. And CCP holds the CAB with such high regard because you are the community voice as it relates to input on how realignment is implemented. Right? And then you have your 3 subcommittees we talked about. Then there's also the Racial Justice Oversight Body. Now, typically, this body would share updates to the Public Protection Committee, but more recently it's shifted to the Equity Committee. So we'll update this next go around. But and that is because that body seeks to steward the implementation of recommendations for reducing racial disparities in our local justice system. So naturally, there's both equity, racial equity lens to that, as well as its impact on our local justice. So we highlight that for you in the event that depending on whatever interest you have. So your commitment is here, obviously with CAB, but if you have other interests, you want to learn about what else is being discussed in other areas and spaces around public safety, these are some of your go-tos here. Right? Any questions so far? All right, well, we'll keep moving this train along. All right, next slide, please. So now I'll give a bit of an overview of and I know we're over time, so I'll make this really, really quick on ORJ and then we'll stop and take a break. Next slide, please. So we make a point during the retreat to give an overview of what ORJ is to the CAB for a couple of reasons. One, we provide staff support to you, so it's critically important you understand our inner workings. And then two, CAB preceded ORJ. And as a matter of fact, the proposal to create ORJ came out of the Community Advisory Board, came from you guys. So we feel it's always important to come back, share updates, not only to staff you as a body, but then share updates on the work that we do. So as I mentioned, we were initiated through CAB in 2016. We're authorized by the Board of Supervisors to have a 2.5-year pilot office within the County Administrator's Office. That was done in 2017. And then in 2020, we moved over to our permanent home within the probation department. So we are the newest administrative unit of the probation department located here. And Chief is here, by the way, to acknowledge that. The main scope for ORJ was to really build upon and advance AB 109 public safety realignment, reentry, and justice-related initiatives in Contra Costa. So as I have spoke about over and over about how AB 109 created the foundation, it was seen that ORJ not only continued that work, but then leveraged that work as new opportunities come online to advance other justice-related reforms and initiatives that will really be a benefit to the. Next slide. I have the absolute pleasure of highlighting the awesome staff of the ORJ. Let me just first say that I am going to take a bit of a moment to brag. Yes, I have an awesome team here. This is how we're structured. Our management is myself, of course, and then Dr. Denise Zepkovich, who's our research and evaluation manager. And then we will be hiring for a program manager after, well,
Let's not go there.
yeah, it's been a long road on that one. But it is soon to come. Yes, 2024. And then we have a programs team where we have our newest program coordinator, Michelle Elizondo. Yes. And then the lovely, the phenomenal Garyana Youngblood, who is our administrative services assistant. Now, Garyana started with us as an intern and was just really so committed to the work. She shared with us, did some research around some evidence-based program models for serving young people in juvenile justice system in TAE. And she was just like, I really want to stay. So she was committed, and thankfully she made it through the process and was able to stay on permanently as our ASA too. So, and then we also have our data, and we'll actually call them the data research, evaluation, and monitoring team, known as the green team. I might have to get it right. We have our newest member, Liana Willis, who is here today. She's our planner evaluator. And then Kimmy Asio, I think she's on. Sorry. Say hey, Kimmy.
Kimmy had to step off for a meeting.
Okay. All right. We'll say hey to her later. These are our masterminds behind the numbers. They're crunching it out. So those beautiful presentations and reports and survey results, they're the ones doing that great work. So we are a small but mighty team and are growing. So we can really be able to respond to the questions and some of the things that you all as a body, as well as from the community, are looking to understand and learn as we do some of the research work, on various policy changes. Okay? And then next slide, or the next few slides really just talks about some of our ongoing work. I'll just say this really quick. Some of the key components of the work that we do in ORJ is to not only steward these community investments in a number of different buckets. So we're looking at providing reentry service for our adult population. We're looking at providing reentry services for our TAY population now. And we're also looking at providing prevention dollars through our Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. These are funds, these are state entitlement funds that come through probation to then bolster prevention activities for our young people. So you were talking earlier about really diving in and breaking the chain of that school to prison pipeline. We're right here with you. So we look to get with stakeholders to figure out what's the best mechanism, the way we can get those resources out there, particularly for local community organizations who are in their neighborhoods, in their community, their grassroots, or they're emerging and have really innovative ideas, but they know best of how to support their community. So that's a good chunk of work that we're doing. Also doing our Restorative Justice Initiative, which many of you have been a part of. See, next slide. And we have a number of research projects and opportunities where we can bolster the procurement and the understanding around evidence-based program models that have been proven to be effective for this population. So we continue to do our own learning and building of our own capacity internally for that, and then create opportunities to share that information out broadly with the community. Next slide. One of the really great, cool projects that we're really excited about is that we received over $1 million through a federal community funding project through Congressman DeSaulnier's office, where we'll have the opportunity to roll out training programs, evidence-based as well, that's specific for law enforcement officers and improving the way that they interact and engage with young people. So we not only look at the service provision side on the community, but then we're also looking at how do we approach our other justice partners and share with them information on how they can improve their practices. So we're really excited about that. Our first training cohort will get started this April. We have our sheriff's office on board, BART PD. Couldn't wait to be on board. We're contacting a lot of our West County police departments, so we're really excited about that. We have been supporting Supervisor Anderson's office in her interaction, our engagement of Familiar Faces initiative. This is a national initiative of the National Association of Counties, looking at how we best integrate and share data across criminal justice and healthcare systems. Again, a number of research-related reports and analyses that will be coming out from us soon, and some you've already had experience with. In your packet, we do have a copy of the last year's AB 109 provider feedback survey, so you guys can take a gander at that. But more good stuff to come in the research space. And I will stop there. And that was the last slide on ORJ. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and I'm sure we're well overdue for a break. I'll turn to you, Ozzy.
Thank you for that robust overview of AB 109 and all of the organizations, partners, intertwined services, and how to get. So now we have some questions and answers. Are there any questions over the community comments thus far?
So I got one question that made me sure that I did not know. So I heard you say that RJ came on camp. So who did camp for RJ?
No, yeah. Well, you guys don't. You guys, okay, I was say, you guys don't report to us. We respond to you. So that maybe I should clarify that part. Okay. And we'll go over this too later in the, second half of the day, but all advisory bodies do that, right? You all are advising the respective, in most cases, the board of supervisors on input feedback of what you'd like to see in the community, right? Or what you feel the changes need to happen. And often those advisory bodies are supported through a county staff agency entity. And so prior to that, who was providing support to you guys was only a contracted reentry coordinator and a senior deputy county administrator. Yeah. So Cal felt that this work is growing. A lot of this reentry work is growing, that there needed to be a holder of that work and to ensure that it's institutionalized, it's sustained, and needed a formal place within our county system to have that. So here we are.
Imagine Cal came up with that idea.
I'd just like to add that, thank you, Patrice, thank you, Chief. Lisa. This, I believe that we here in Contra Costa County, especially amongst this group and at large, are really innovative at this moment for the development of the Office of Reentry and Justice. We have so many people, that's what Tommy was sharing earlier, that really need our services. So many layers that start all the way from childhood, as you mentioned, school to prison pipeline, all the way to the youth and transition age youth families I serve, if you recall, growing probation department. But the necessary layers and the understanding of gathering this information, getting these recommendations, and actually implementing is so important. So I like to just name that, glad to be a part of this innovation. Hoping that we continue to grow so that all the people, stakeholders who be named are actually able to continue and see more of the work and heart.
Well, and if I might, just many of you weren't at the meeting, but I opened it up there. When I talk to my colleagues, they hear about the great work, not only from me, but through their respective CABs or partners. And I came from a long time in Alameda County. And I gotta tell you, like, my colleagues come to me, the fellowships, go like, oh, sure, your CAB's amazing, yours is great, your CAB's doing such great work. In fact, fun fact, there's a retired chief who does live in our jurisdiction, who's like, when are you gonna have a capital thing built? I'd love to throw on your CAB. Oh, you're the great thing. So I think that is a testament to your reputation is really preceding you, and I do a lot to brag about you, but we're getting out through other avenues also. So great work to each of you. I know it's a time commitment. I know it takes out of your daily lives, the work you're doing, you all have careers, standing applications, etc. But I do appreciate the time you put into this really important work, and you're doing a really just like the service of our community is immeasurable.
And I just want to shout out. It's no for a while. And Patrice like having before. And the jobs before you have built to this point, and you guys just, the experience and the way that you all are raising up are incredible. But I do have to do a shout out, the advocacy work to get the LRJ going to all the board of supervisors that was said earlier. But I have to give a shout out to Lisa because ESA really has lifted you all up and empowered you even further to that next step. And so she's just been amazing. She's allowing all of us to be heard. So, and lifting our up.
More questions, so we can kind of like massage our discussion. What actually stands out? What surprises you? What questions that we raise, like the depths of yourself? Questions that really that you would like to ask, but you're afraid to ask. Just about
I don't think you really raised a question from me. I'm actually excited about this year that we have. The same questions that we all should have. I believe a lot of great work has been done, but it's not really a question, it's how do we get the visibility on the areas that needs to be corrected? Like, so so much work in developing it and coming up with a plan and figuring out how to help those that were incarcerated go through the process, once they get released, but now how do we tighten up? I think it's a season of tightening up what we built. Things have changed since COVID. I think it changed our whole life. And one of my passions is really to reduce individual violence. So how do we do that? How do we really, I think you said it earlier, like someone navigating, working through that. We have a program, we have the services, but it's really focused on key areas that you mentioned, the mental part of it, and really, it's simple as really handle these individuals that are already outcomes. If we're able to really take the person, learn what their individual issues are, and then to the proper service and guide them through. So that's really, I'm excited about that for this year because we all have the same vision, but now the next step is how do we get there? So it's not just talking, but it's walk. So now let's really start to change. It's not a question, it's, I mean, you ask a question, how do we take all this thing on? I mean, I came from the heart, y'all.
I really want to kind of take a look at. I know we have a break coming up, and one of the questions that I wanted to ask was about what is justice reinvestment? Can someone give me a just overview of their own thoughts on what that is? Justice reinvestment.
Well, can I make a recommendation on it?
Sure.
Let folks ponder on that during their lunch. I'm sorry, during their break.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
And then also, to give, yeah, and then to give you a bit of a cheat code, on, attachment 4 in your packet, which would be attached, which would be 4 in your, 14, excuse me, attachment 14, in the packet, and then 14 in your table of contents. There is a slight overview of justice reinvestment, and then we talked about it a little bit after we reviewed the key legislative intent. So maybe about 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
We'll come back at 11:10. All right.
Okay, right time. And our story.
11:10. We'll be back at 11:10. apologies, we're still on mute. Hi, everyone, we're back. Gary, would you mind going to the next slide, please? All right, so now we're going to talk about AB 109 and the money. Show me the money. Next slide, please. So we take an opportunity to go over some of these pieces for your retreat because CAB does play a role in providing budget recommendations to the CCP, specifically around the AB 109 community programs, okay? But before we do that, we're just going to do some basic grounding around budgeting. Sometimes when we look at governmental budgets or anything around planning around public dollars, it can be very complicated at times and convoluted at other times. So we'll do our best to give you some basic information to support for future work around this area. So when we talk about the AB 109 budget, we look at 3 key areas here. We're looking at revenues, which are funds coming into the county. We're looking at budgets, which are the allocations of those revenues, right? We're planning for how we're gonna spend those revenues. And then we have expenses, the actual use of those funds, or otherwise known as expenditures. So we'll go through all 3 of these together. And we'll show examples of that through the actual AB 109 budgeting process here. Next slide. So when we talk about revenues around AB 109, these are largely projected resources that are identified at the state level. So what funds the Realignment Act is a portion of our state sales tax and vehicle license fees. And so though we're planning a lot of times around projected numbers, that's kind of our best, or that's the state's best bet and in ours as well. Because when we think about sales tax, that's just dependent upon our economy, right? How much people are buying goods and services, things of that nature. Legislative bodies, including the Board of Supervisors, approves an annual budget based on these projections. So I'll talk a little bit about our budgeting process for AB 109, which then gets encapsulated into the county's overall budgeting process, and it all gets adopted together. Okay. AB 109 revenue mostly falls into 2 primary buckets. You have your base allocations. This is set by the state per county. It takes into account like the size of the county and things of that nature. And then we also have another bucket of funding through AB 109, which are called growth funds. These are incentive based sort of funding that looks at how counties are going around incarceration rates and supervision rates. And then 10% of those growth funds are set aside as part of an innovation fund. Now, in the past, ORJ has had the opportunity to do procurement processes around the innovation funds. We have not done that since the pandemic, but it's definitely something we will plan to revisit in the near future. Next slide. Those are revenues. So this is a snapshot of revenues that came into the county from fiscal years 2017 up to this current fiscal year. Now these are the current fiscal year. This is largely an estimated amount because the governor's budget will actually just came out. Oftentimes has some reconciling that takes place. So we'll get actual accounting of what comes into to the county. But as you can see, at least at the base level, we've had some, steady increases over the various fiscal years. So 2017 and 18 and 18, 19, these were the years leading into the pandemic. Then in the actual pandemic, we saw an increase. And it was kind of stabilized into 2020 and 21. And we saw an enormous jump in 21 and 22. So that's us coming out of the pandemic. So I wanted you to notice that. That 0 there for the growth funds. So growth funds come in, they're actualized from the prior year. Okay, so we don't, the growth funds we receive are always from the previous year, if that makes sense. So that's why in 2019 and 20, we received $0. This is, all in anticipation of what the state may have thought was going to happen around the pandemic. Any questions or thoughts around this so far?
Can you explain that last time? Because I was gonna ask you about it, so you said the state anticipated based on the pandemic.
The pandemic. So there was no additional funds that were.
There was just so much uncertainty about the overall fiscal forecast based on how the state would recover from pandemic, sales tax issues and income taxes, property taxes, all the things, sales car, tax on sales of new cars, everything that kind of goes into this fund. There was so much uncertainty that there was a hesitance or reluctance to affirm or commit to kind of a growth in base allocation.
Okay.
There, you will notice though, a significant increase in that overall growth assessment years as the state tried to rectify for that. And the other thing I did just want to point out is in 2020 and 2021, counties did receive some kind of one-time bubble funding to support the increase of clients returning to us as a result of the decompression of the state prisons resulting from the emptying of COVID. So counties did receive some bubble funding. Interesting enough, we didn't see a huge influx of clients, either mandatory supervision or PRC coming to prisons.
Oh.
So our bubble payment wasn't huge. We continue to not. I mean, we get kind of a steady trickle of PRCS and mandatory supervision clients, but we didn't see a huge spike like many other counties, even within Bay Area, as a result of the decompression. But the state did try to rectify that $0 growth that we experienced after 1920.
When I see an extra bucket of money, I always get excited. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the performance-based metrics? I know we can't go into great detail, but like thinking, how does CAB's recommendations, how can we align them to support more or better performance within the probation department so we can achieve more of these funds and reallocate them back to the population? And then maybe if we can get a little more information on the innovation aspect as well. I don't know if that would be now or at a later date.
I would say later date for the innovation fund, because we haven't come back to that in some time, but we will. But I will at least say in terms of the performance metrics around growth for our county, we've historically have been doing pretty well, which is why you would see some substantial allocations there. It's also a precarious kind of funding allocation as well from the state, considering that even at the base level, there's often been concerns about where we foresee AB 109 allocations going in future years. So, we don't always plan for that. And I believe that our CAO representative Mendoza shared that the last CCP meeting, or it's more prudent for us to plan around a base allocation in our growth.
And the incentive isn't only based on how well probation department is utilizing efforts, practices, and things like that. That's really more of our $6, $7, $8 that's coming into the state, which isn't necessarily on the purview of this body. So the incentive fund that comes from 60 for AB 109 is really related to our incarceration rate and recidivism rate and like new offenses, returns to prison, things of that nature. Which not to say that probation doesn't sometimes assume some degree of responsibility for, but oftentimes it's also, so it's a little less about probation's actions and more the system's incarceration rates, recidivism rates, and in a more clause.
So I think elaborating on that, like the actions here help that system, right? And so if we understand what those metrics are, there might be more of an aligned dialogue that can support the longer term initiatives.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to the next slide, which this is our local budgeting process here. So I think I shared a little bit earlier about how many moons ago, our local budgeting process around AB 109 was not as robust as it is now. It's along the way, CAB in particular, have made, some suggestions and recommendations for the CCP to consider, and to the CAO to consider, to improve in budget transparency and an opportunity for there to be ongoing public discussions around, AB 109 allocations. So where we are today, this is typically how the process happens. In October of every year, and mind you, we operate on fiscal years. Do I have that note there? Yeah, budget cycles operate by fiscal year, which begin July 1st and ends June 30th. Okay, so we don't, when we say fiscal year, we're not talking about calendar year, July 1 through June 30th. So in order for budgets to be ready to go to operate from by July 1, right? Typically, we kind of move backwards, right? So if budgets are to be ready to go by July 1, you usually need many months ahead to do the planning so that it is adopted and folks can spend money as needed across that budget. So we start here around October, because we're trying to get to this July 1st start date, right? So we start in October. There's usually a release of a budget proposal memo that comes from the CAO's office to all the funded agencies that says, hey guys, we are preparing for our budget planning for the next fiscal year, right? And we need you to submit to us your budget proposals. How do you intend to spend AB 109 dollars, okay? And so CAB has access to that same budget proposal or that template that we operate from. From there, budget requests are typically, the deadline to submit those are in November, usually in early November. And in that budget request process, what is usually happening is that funded agencies are requesting funding to continue for their baseline services or whatever is being funded the year prior. And then also there's an opportunity to present new ideas where new funding might be needed, and we call those program modifications. And then there are some instances where there's no longer a need for a specific service or program it's no longer operational. So then there may be a request to reduce funding in some cases. Once those requests are submitted, then the CCP gathers for a budget workshop where the partnership then reviews all budget requests from all funded agencies. Those funded agencies present their budget requests, and then there's some dialogue or deliberation around the requests that are being made. Oftentimes, if it's considered a status quo request, meaning they're asking for the same thing from prior year, there's not necessarily a whole lot of dialogue around that. Usually it's around even major changes, such as bringing on board newer projects or where CCP members may feel there's a certain program or service could be better funded or served elsewhere. Then we move to December. So after that happens, any questions or concerns that the CCP may have of the various budget requests to those respected agencies, they go back, they reconcile those numbers, they make updates, and then they resubmit, and then the CCP's executive committee. So there is an executive committee of the CCP. These are the only agencies that have a vote on the budget. Okay, so that takes place in December, those final discussions, and a vote is taken. That budget recommendation is then sent up to the PPC, we talked about earlier, our Public Protections Committee. And then they discuss and hear from usually Chief, since she's the chair of CCP. He here or PPC members hear overview, understanding of the deliberation of CCP, and then they make their decision around whether they will refer that back up to the full board for adoption to the full county budget. And that takes place around February and March, where the final AB 109 budget is included into the county budget process. And then in April, the county hosts, or the board of supervisors host county budget hearings. So at this point, we're hearing from all county agencies on all their general fund budgets, whatever the budgets for their respective departments, okay? So, that usually means at this point, AB 109 budget is already folded. Now we're having a regular county budget process. And then lastly, by May, the county, it says county, it should say county, sorry about that. The county then, or the board of supervisors then adopts the budget for the next fiscal year, which would then begin July. So, that's a lot. So for CAB then, a lot of the work that you guys are doing as it relates to the budget process and what you all want to consider when you're submitting requests, you're thinking about, we should do some research around programs and services. What are the status of services? We should talk to people. We should get an understanding. So a lot of that stuff is happening earlier on in the year to get you ready for October, right? So I'm gonna pause there and see if folks have any questions or comments or thoughts or reflections. Okay, if not, we'll move this thing right on along. Okay, if I may, just 10 minutes on this, folks. In your packet, let's see, this should be. So fiscal year 24-25 CCP total budget request, which should be your attachment 11 in the packet, and then page or tab 11 for your binder. You will see this very long sheet. This is the CCP, this is the AB 109 budget summary that was recommended by the CCP this past December for this upcoming fiscal year. So what you're seeing there is a breakdown of the allocated amounts that are recommended for each of the funded agencies. Okay. And then the other piece, if you look at tab 12, which will also be attachment 12 in the agenda packet, you'll also see a copy of your previous budget proposals and program narrative. This is what came out of CAB. There we go. Okay, perfect. So can you scroll up a little bit further, Garyana? She has it here in the screen. Oh, no, the other way, sorry. Stop, no. Go back up. There we go. Okay, right there. Okay, so this far left column, these are all of the funded agencies. So when you go through these 2 pages, this is the CCP total request summary, right? This is what was just approved by CCP for the next fiscal year. We have an accounting of 23-24 ongoing costs. We have the baseline amounts, which is that second column there in blue, or the first column that's in blue. And so you see here some slight increases across certain line items. And many of you may recall that there was conversation during the budget process last year where there was definitely a lot of increases for staffing and other operations. And then there were agencies who submitted what we call the program modifications, which you see down the middle, that were not accounted for in the final budget that was moved over for PPC consideration. And the reason being was because we talked about earlier about the projections. It was projected that if we were to, if the county were to take on both the baseline amounts and the program modifications, we will run into a deficit by the following fiscal year. Okay, so CAB will now has the charge of considering some of these program modifications to see whether or not they align with the priority areas you all have set for that one-time 15 million. All right, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the day, when we get to our policy recommendations. But just wanted you guys to get a sense of how funds are allocated across the different agencies and what the total amount that was recommended. And then if we can go to attachment 12 on the screen, Ariana. This here is your budget proposal form. So this is what you guys submitted for 24-25. The total contracts, which were just over 6 million. This is across the whole, 7, service areas. Can you go to the second page? The next page too. Here we go. So where it says program / function, these are the predominant program areas of the AB 109 community programs that CAB has the responsibility of providing recommendations to CCP of how you'd like to see funds be allocated out, okay? ORJ administers the contracts for the providers that are implementing these service areas, right? Implementing programs in these service areas. But as you can see, with the baseline amounts were program modifications, and some of these were rectified again throughout the budgeting process, right?
The updated budget is below.
Yes, sorry. And you go to the next page. And this was the final. The final. Where we made some reconciliations. All right. So any questions, thoughts, comments, or just general feelings about the AB 109 budgeting process?
Right, a comment on that question. A few slides ago, you outlined like the time it takes from October all the way to May to go through this process. And I think just for CAB, it reinforces the idea of having information from other subcommittees earlier in the year really helps with our conversations in October. And so I know that there was a priority to get the participant survey out, the AB 109 client survey out earlier this year. And I think just reinforcing that as a priority moving forward. And then the second is just a question on kind of CAB's overall recommendation. So it felt like this year we were really focused on community programs. So is that kind of the breadth of CAB's focus, or is there an ability to kind of explore some of these other funding priorities within the county?
I can certainly let Chief answer that from her perspective as chair, but I would say, formally speaking, definitely the community programs, because you got to do the work of putting the budget requests together. And then in terms of any feedback or input you want to have, I'm sure CCP would welcome that on other items or on any of the other funded agencies. But keep in mind, as you're doing your like community, your CAB ambassador processes, and you're having conversations, those are really great times and opportunities to speak with that respective funded agency to better understand what are some of their needs, some of their issues that they're finding as they're implementing it. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other thoughts, questions, or concerns?
You're gonna be tired of the day, 'cause I-
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Can you give a small rebuttal of what your answer was to him? Was it a yes, you can do that, or a no?
It was a yes and.
Thank you.
Glad you caught it. There you go.
I think what I heard was that it's not the priority of CAB, right? Our first initiative is the community-based programs.
Right.
But as we're going through conversations with departments, understanding their budget and asking questions about it can inform our recommendation.
Not unlike what you're having to face with right now with the 15 million, right? You guys are hearing both from community providers and county agencies. You understand there's certain funds that are coming down the pipe, and so you want to ensure that the one-time allocation is being used as effectively as possible.
Right.
And you're not duplicating what a county agency might be doing with another funding source, right? So those kind of things, that's why I say it's always good to have conversations with that funded agency. So you do get those tidbits of information and it will help with your plan.
I'm excited that we can really practice, we understand. Not change, but understand the recommendations around the budget, because there is a lot going on. So I'm excited to be able to add that issue to our program.
Question.
Yes.
Were the monies from Congressman Desanya, was that a one-time funding?
Yeah, for that.
Not to say that we're putting big more, but they're not calling them earmarks anymore. Community benefit fund.
And that's,
I mean, because there's very good areas, like our A3 this year, 20 million. came out.
okay,
One of those spots.
okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity. And to follow up, Jill, do we apply for that, or there's just grants that they choose to give?
We work very closely with our supervisor. Congressman Desanya used to be supervisor Desanya here in the county.
Right.
So he's very, very in touch with our county, but we also have our lobbyists and we have a legislative platform at the state and federal level, and we work very closely to our lobbyists as well as our relationships.
Thank you so much.
But that's right, is there a way to identify? I found this year that there are a lot of, not just other things, but community.
Community-based organizations.
Not boards, but I thought.
Coalition.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
okay.
is there a way to identify the different coalitions that are within the county? Because I'm outside of the people. I know there's a lot. I know there is a whole lot and we can't be.
There's like 80 advisory bodies alone. Can you imagine how many out there in the community?
Well, I'm finding out. It's just, I know it's not something that we can resolve, but it just really goes back to what you said earlier. There's just seeing there's a lot of duplication of work being done. Touching the same demographics and no one's talking to each other. I know it's a long, it won't be fixed today and it may make years, but there's so much work that's being done and everyone's doing the same thing at the same level, they're not talking. to each other.
Well, and so I could tell you, one of the, if I might.
Sure.
You know, one of the reasons why this fund was developed is for the exact community advisory body. You guys are the boots on the ground.
Okay.
And then you guys have heard me say that a million times, the goal have is boots on the ground and voices matter. Because you can see what's happening. And that's why it's so important that you use that voice. And I mean, the knowledge around this table about what's actually happening in our systems is huge. And to use that to inform the greater system about what's working and what's not working. Because you know, we have all these great ideas.
Right. Right.
And maybe they're not being implemented on the ground.
Okay.
And so that is the value of this body.
And I would say conversely, many things that are on the ground that don't make it all the decision makers often, because they're, you know, kind of grassroots, either faith-based or neighborhood-based, you know, efforts that are being done that could be better supported if we had people moving. I don't know that we're going to be the places that all coalesce, because I think that's kind of what makes the work unique, is that it might be done a little differently in this community than it is in that community. But I think make sure that, you know, the organization here, the bring stuff that people access, who are applying for opportunities to support their work. That's why I would have each and every one of you with, who sits on various coalitions and bodies and whatnot in your respective areas of expertise to kind of take the charge. I think the person thinking on the margin was certainly.
There's a lot of innovation funds out there now that are starting to flow through various bodies to really help lift up those organizations that maybe don't have the ability to commit writing and all the rest, to help them get to the level where they could be applying to these RFPs and grants.
Okay, so if we can quickly transition over to. Yeah, a couple more slides. Oh, I neglected to include, well, just because we're running on time, we could find a way to look at this here, in your, just as a reference, we won't go through right now. But attachments, 10 in the packet, 10 in your binder, tab 10. These are our most recent financial reporting summaries, quarterly financial reporting summaries. So this gives us a reporting of what was actually spent by all of the. Okay, so you can take a look at that. And then if we can, I think it's probably best, honestly, that we shift over to then our lessons learned.
Can I also just point out that this quarter financially reporting summary as it stands today is a result of the work and recommendations.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
These used to just come in and get put on as CAOs. I would see. So I asked. Yes.
So several of the departments show not a complete expenditure of funds, which we've discussed previously. But is that because in 24-25, also the majority of the departments asked for increase in allocation of baseline funds? Is there like a description or narrative of explanation about one, why those funds weren't expended, and then two, what is their goal in the future fiscal year?
Not, no narrative is attached to the reporting, when the full summary report is put together with CCP to consider. But there is, when they do hit a threshold of, this came on cap, I think it was 20% under or over, that hasn't been, well, it can't go well. Yeah, either way, that there's, the agencies then need to have a reporting as to why. When it was, to the CCP.
Well, it was supposed to be attached, but we had a transition of staff last year and that piece got dropped, that it will be added back in. Because I asked about that. And so I shared the approval by CCP, so it's going to be corrected.
Yeah. So.
And typically it's, I mean, honestly, typically it's either staffing issues, because it just takes so long to hire people, and or contracting issues, because it takes sometimes longer than expected to get contracts fully negotiated and ratified. So that is traditionally what we find to be the delay in fully kind of realizing and allocation of any.
Yeah.
I think that narrative would be there.
Any other questions on the budget stuff? We'll call it, next time we'll call it 81 on budget stuff. Okay, we want to transition to, I know we have reflection questions.
Did you want to do the reflection or do you want to transition to?
I think we should transition to that.
Okay, very good. Well, it's appropriate now that we transition into lessons learned from our past members. We're fortunate to have membership from prior years, have chairpersons. We have Crawford Carpenter, who has been our most recent chairperson. And we also have Terry Thurston, who served at 2017. You know, yes, there's a purpose behind going back, because we have built upon these, I consider our founding fathers. Whatever, we actually built upon this, and it's good to know what their experience has been
things that they might have done differently, missed opportunities, and also they'll share some emphasis on CAB's primary deliverables every year, if possible, policy recommendations, some of the budget, and it's kind of like get us up to speed. So, with that being said, I will turn the meeting over to.
I can start. First of all, again, I was on the CAP in 2017, 2019, chair in 2019. And quite honestly, that CAP, we were in prehistory compared to here. We were still looking to build, to find the wheel, to make the wheel. And you guys now, I'm totally impressed. Not only have the wheel, but you have the motor. And that's really impressive, the development you guys have made. I wish we would have had that binder when we first started. We were building that and trying to get through that. So one of the things I would say, if I was, I think it's really important to understand the Brown Act, because your relationships in or outside of these public meetings is really important. So just fully understand the Brown Act. Secondly, really zero in on what you can achieve. There is so much that can be done, but there's only a body of what, 10, 13 members. And there's so focus in. It's kind of advice on that. And you saw the scheduling that we're doing happens. And I would say establish those relationships with people in the county and with the community support services. Reach out to them, talk to them, bring them into the conversation. That's the really important thing. I would say find common ground and common talents that you can with yourselves. Allocate to communities based off that understanding. Find find the common issues of 81 and 99 between the different parts of the county, because they are very different from East County to West County to Central County. Find that and that's about it. I think this is, but I mean, I'm very impressed with what you guys are doing. It's important, and the commitment is huge. I know the time. That's all I have.
Thank you so much for being a part of that, for actually laying the groundwork and being able to be here to vision and to see and encourage us to keep moving forward.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Well, it's interesting, the comments, it's all about building blocks. And I'd be willing to bet when CAD first started versus when you took over, there was a drastic change. So it's all about that foundation. And, looking back for me now, it was just, excuse me, interesting. And I looked to OC East. We tried our best, but we needed to do better. And do better because we do not have right now a full board. And I look at a full board being 12 voting members as well as 3 alternatives. So throwing the challenge back to those of you that will be with OCEC, figure it out, by George. I think looking forward now, we have to always keep in mind about the planning. You mentioned it also. And that's what makes us better. I mean, look at the differences sitting around the table here. And a particular note, you should think about the training that you've had and think about implicit bias. I look to you, Oz, mentioned that we all needed to do that. Did I have some, what is it, awakenings, reading that? I said, gee, I didn't know I thought that, but I guess I do. I got to work on that. And that message was to seek out differences, to engage, and then create. So please think about that. And now another area which I thought, I was thinking, hey, what, if I was still with you, what would we do? Consider that. Consider issuing a quarterly message indicating what CAB and its standing committees have done and addressed in the previous 3 months. And Rita, hello, Rita. Hi. Rita would be great at this effort. And I think we have an exciting role for you. How's that? And notice you too. And then there's another thing that I thought would be interesting. And I'll go through each of the standing committees. OCEC, complete your first draft of the ambassador toolkit without the recommendations by May that gets you energized. Set up your ambassador meetings for September and October, but do that in July because of the busy schedules. And I know, Latanya, you and I worked together. Who's my one person's name? Oh, it's huge. And Brenda, we did those together. Some of you I didn't have the opportunity, Ozzy, the previous years. Get those meetings scheduled because those meetings can really be instrumental if you look at the time frame that was presented earlier here by Patrice. You can get these into your recommendations. So that's OCEC. Pick up the things. Let's go to programs and services. That survey should be distributed, and I realize this is pushing the daylights out. Should be distributed in April and sent to policy and budget in May, pushing that. And that sets the stage for getting ready and taking the deep breath. And then policy and budget, determine your recommendations by June. And you're going to say, gee, I don't think we can do that. Yes, you can. So I'll just throw those challenges. And then I had another thought. And my other thought was, why not let's set an example for other county agencies by considering a monthly update from ORJ and probation as to vacancies open and hiring of previously incarcerated individuals. This is in line with our previous recommendations and truly is not only articulating what we should do, but then you are initiating what you have to do. And then the other thing here that I thought about was that all of us should remember that ordinary people such as us, right around the group here, working together. And again, you stated here, part of Eric, about the group working together, that ordinary people are inclined to do exceptional things. So,
Wow.
We'll talk about
Write anything down?
There's gonna be a quiz on you. So, I come at this at a little different angle probably. And I think all of what we've heard is really good advice, but lessons learned. Quite simply, I think you guys have a great opportunity in this next year that will not exist forever.
And I would say revel in this moment and take as much advantage of it as you can to be effective, because there's not too many benefits of being 70 years old, but there's one benefit. I've seen a lot of patterns and trends and emphasis in politics and government. They ebb and flow. They come and go. And right now, you have an audience that's listening to you, and speak up and be heard. And all of the minutiae that you're involved in is important, but nothing is, I think, as important as that moment that you have on those ambassador meetings. And, you know, when I look back, and, you know, Nicole, and Rena, and, I think that's two of the ambassador meetings that really were most memorable for me. You get a 30-minute, 45-minute shot to communicate that important stuff. And I don't know how we could have been more effective. And with such a diverse group of county leaders, right, as we had in those ambassador meetings. I'm very impressed with the two board of supervisors that I got to be involved with. Candace Anderson and Mr. Carlson. Pulling blank on his first name. What is that? Cam. Here's these two folks that are in powerful positions to affect policy. And we were sitting down and talking with them, and they listened to us. So why is that so critical, and why do I focus on that ambassador meeting and the importance of the people that you will be touching with your opinions? Is I've left the cab, and to be honest with you, I can't imagine an opportunity for me to talk to those people again. You don't have that ability as the average citizen to access the quality of time that you have in those ambassador meetings. So revel in the moment that you have them, and take advantage of it. We're very fortunate. And I'll just end on a note that in my day with the county, we didn't have an ESA, and we didn't have a probation department that had near the standing that you have now, and near the involvement. It was kind of a benign operation amongst a sea of things. What a great moment to see probation be lifted into the authority and the responsibility that they have today that they did not have back in the day. And you can all make a tremendous difference. And I end with the fact that it gave me great pride to, in every one of those ambassador meetings, be able to mention Patrice by name and Issa and the importance of this work. And you know, I did. I did.
For name dropping?
Yeah. And you know, you get this old, you can do that. They're gonna hang up. Yeah. So, I certainly was able to kind of rally behind this cause, and what a wonderful cause, and what an important one. And I'm so pleased to have a moment to be a part of it with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. You are in a very unique position to actually make change happen for all of us. And take that privilege with you. And we can really make things happen on staff. And be respectful. And take the word back. Yes.
Might I add one other thing? Now, just to show you the power of these doggone ambassador meetings. I had the privilege of doing one or several, but the one we did, the one we did with you, because Scott mentioned, boy, it would be nice to have you at some of our meetings. Now look what's happened. You were at our last meeting. Oh, yeah, you took notes.
You are.
And I swear to God, that last meeting, I walked in and I said, hey, she's here, all right. And then we stopped and I walked in and we saw you here. I said, okay, the message was delivered. Which is the message being delivered? The message was. So.
Yeah,
now,
thank you.
hey,
I make him take my, that means a little late.
Take advantage of the time. Those ambassador meetings, you got a friend in the sheriff's office. Yeah, you and Assistant Chief Simmons have a connection, you can connect with him, et cetera. By the way, when are you gonna do that ride along? When you get on this car. Okay, just to let you know now, I've already had one, and your leadership team has a copy of that, and I'm doing another one tomorrow evening in Brentwood.
Okay.
So I just want to let you know, and I'm taking forward the CAB message. So that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. for commitment, for inspiration, your, we hope that you're not, to be a part of this great, incredible CAB as we move forward, here we will. And you actually allow us privilege being able to be a part of this process. And with that being said, I'd like to turn things over.
Well, as you all can hear, the passion from our most recent leaders who have departed but are not too far away. We wanted to give you both a token of our appreciation for your commitment, for your leadership. So I'll start first with Mr. Scott Parsons. In appreciation of your outstanding leadership as a member of the Contra Costa County Community Advisory Board on Public Safety and Realignment of 2021 and 2023. Thank you so much. We're gonna do well, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right. And we're gonna get a group picture too. And then last but certainly not least, Mr. Crawford Carpenter. Now, before I give it to you, I do want to share how much we appreciate you at ORJ and the probation department. It has been an absolute pleasure working with you, and we've also noticed the tone that you set for CAB. It has been felt not only by the body, but it also is definitely felt amongst us. And that is a testament to your specific leadership style. That by far, I don't think we've ever felt that energy in the room. Your energy is felt, and we so appreciate you utilizing that to gently move us along. That's what you are. It's just like this smooth, yes, moving to get us to our destination as a county. So that has not been missed on us at all. So in appreciation of your outstanding leadership as a member of the Contra Costa County Community Advisory Board of Public Safety Realignment 2021 and 2023, and as CAB Chair 2022 to 2023.
Okay, my whole, I can.
And then we'll figure out lunch, we'll want to make sure we get a good picture of all, right? Yeah, thank you.
I thought.
I'll have to take it.
Before we break, we do have some very important that I would like to address. We definitely honored our prior board members here. We do have a specific mention of individuals who have served on CAB and who have transitioned. I'd like to bring to the forefront Dale Harrington and Dr. Michelle Hernandez. And at this particular time, I would like for us to take a moment of silence and commemoration and memory of their efforts and work and the energy that they put into serving and thank you.
So lunch is here. We are now at our lunch hour. For those of you who placed, order with us, it is here, but for those of you who'd like to step out, get a breather, we're gonna take a lunch break for, about an hour. And then we can come back, well, actually, a little less than an hour. So everybody okay coming back at 1 o'clock on the dot, or do you need like 1:05? 1 o'clock on the dot? Okay, all right. So we'll break now for lunch, and then for those who are online, we will see you back on at 1 p.m. Thank you.
um, either in the room or on Zoom that we have not acknowledged. Moving forward. Next item on our agenda is clarified meeting goals and do a recap. And I will turn this over to our vice chair.
Okay, so I want to give a brief reminder of the retreat's purpose, which is to orientate new and old members, priority settings and action plan for the year. And that is what the retreat are meant to be participatory and build on sharing knowledge. Before we move into a review of this activity and a recap of this morning's session, I would like to go back, please, Mariana, to this morning's slides, 35, to give Ray an opportunity to questions, just to take in everything we learned before we turn into the afternoon session, because it was a lot I had shared. Let's have a quick discussion to remove our food. No problem. Gary, if you bring up that slide, please.
Yes, I'm bringing it up right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first question is, what one or two things would you stand out to you? Start right here.
But for me, even though this is my 4th year, I don't know if it's different persons. But I feel like I've learned some new things, maybe because I'm in the room and I have to pay attention, but I really learned, what stuck out to me is really learning more about the information that was used for over around 8109, how it started, CAB. There were really some things that stood out that I really just didn't, no, I have notes are pay attention to. And also just going over the budget and seeing the flow of that and really understanding from the voice of everything that you put out. Just a whole recap of that really stood out from this morning. So although I've been here, it felt like a refresh on the information, and I really enjoyed it.
Well, for me, it's my second year and everything, but it was good to go over everything, everything, refresh with everything that the first retreat and everything. I was really new at the first retreat. I already know the meeting, so it was super for me just to get out of everything.
I really got a lot from this annual retreat, and this is going to my 4th year. And I just like to say that I spent my first 2 years on policy and budget, and I think that this for coming into the board here. I'm really having attended a variety of meetings, sitting on policy and budget, just listening and understanding. I can now say I can navigate. I can say I totally understand, but I can navigate through the different parts of the budget, because for me, math and budgets were not a part of my expertise. But now I'm getting a clearer understanding, and I think that that is growth. And I think that for our new members, also, that it takes a moment to really grasp what is going on and the numbers and different departments. And I think that everything that was broken down and shown the different levels of our entire administration, the whole flow, how CAD fits into that, and the realignment and just reinvesting in this process, how we can reinvest our funds. That is the cornerstone, reinvestment, and how we're doing that, what that looks like, and just really comprehending that, getting a better, not being an expert, but really moving toward understanding it better. And I think the more time that is spent, the more energy that we put into it, when it comes to it, it to flow more natural. And I feel more that I really can see, not that I know everything, but I can actually navigate this process. It's been very interesting, very helpful. You know, I've heard a lot of times just keeping it real simple for me has made it a lot easier. Having the support from various members of the board to help me understand it a lot.
I'm like, man, this is my second year, going into my second year. The first year, just a bunch of noise. Because I heard so many different things, I didn't know where I fit in, or do I want to fit in, or, seriously.
Right.
But, now I understand, because my first year, I was just flooded with stuff. It's just, so much information, but I didn't know how to parse it out. So now that I know, okay, well, no, this is what we look at, and I feel better about it. I really wanted to commend you on that video, because it really reinforced, how we apprentice people and how it affects our society, how the numbers are going up, but what we're doing is helping just a tiny bit. The least we're helping, because I'm kind of proud of 100%. That's all.
Likewise, I want to echo those sentiments, and as I've expressed, working with populations starting with juvenile, and now we have transition age in the facility, being able to be a part of this group, thank you, Robert, reaching out. It's really expanded a lot of the lens in which I'm able to see things. I'm able to bring information in and take information out. And it's kind of full circle. And I think as we move forward, in 2024 and beyond, how spiritual care has progressed in many ways that transcend religion as we continue to reconcile science and working with people. Being able to have these statistics and these theories and actually put it into application on a daily basis, it's what's so important to see how these monies and how these programs really play out in people's lives. That's really monumental for me. Not just operating from a level of ignorance, but really being involved in every level that to actually change and implement.
I think for me, the biggest eye-opening piece was the origin of ORJ, coming somewhat from CAB. I think for me, that was really empowering because it built a sense of what we could do, right? I think there's always more, there's always enhancement that we can make. And when you think about this community advisory board creating that large change within the county, that's huge. And so what is our change that we want to make? And maybe we don't see it yet, but it can be that large. I think that's really cool to think about.
So we're talking about what are one or two things particularly that's out to.
Yes, so we're going back to the first question. So we're still getting one person.
Okay, and regards to the training that's taking place already.
Right, everything from this morning, so the questions are reflection on this morning.
Okay, the video did it for me. So not only watching it, but the interaction that took place afterwards. And then like having an aha moment that what I thought I was doing was bigger than and to know the power in what we do. And that in 2023, we gave a voice to those that was voiceless by saying, asking them, what is it that you need? And so when you think about like looking at it as a whole and like removing the layers, to identify the gap and what they're not getting. So it's not about providing more resources if we're not getting to the core of what's causing us to need the resources. So that video, like, it summed it up and just gave me a better perspective of what we do and what's still needed to be done.
The next question was, what intrigues you, what surprises or concerns you?
What intrigued me, it's funny because my first couple of years ago, I was in White House. I am deeply in love with policy, which I have no idea. Really, understanding, just really understanding how things work, like that's something I would never know when I was like getting into this app, like the different departments, the funding streams, everything's connected. It's, you don't realize that the work here that we do is really important to you, really big people. So that's intriguing to me to really, I want to know so much more. Really proud of Contra Costa County and understanding just all the work. So for me, just really learning more about the budget, the way it works, the different departments, how all that, mixes together. And that's never thought I would say that, but that actually, a lot. So.
Kimberly, feel like, we have this broken down and how does how it goes together and how we're all. Okay, now we go to the next question.
So the next question was, what implications do you think, this has for the work of the CAP?
I think when, oh God.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say when I learned, when I learn new things and I'm in a space where people are reflecting on things that they learned, I get really energized. And so, I think that the first section of this retreat has energized me, and I think that's gonna carry forward.
Let me say something, going back to question number 2. What concerned me is when we had, one of the service providers present and that there wasn't, the proper resources for those that are Hispanic. Like that has not left me. The slide where there was a lot of tools for those that spoke English. And then for those that didn't speak English, there was 2 tools and it was like, well, what do we do with this? I can still hear him saying that there are people that are going to court and because they don't understand it, they're saying yes and see. And if their kids are being removed in real time, that there were pamphlets inside that they assumed that they knew how to read, but they didn't know how to read in Spanish. And so like that presentation stung and it hurted. And in 2024, we need to give them the resources that they need. So that they understand. The other thing he said is that when they go, that their family, their support system is not there for them when they're there, and they're definitely not there for them when they leave. So I just really want emphasis put on that population to make sure that they get the tools and resources that they need in and outside of jail, and that was a concern.
Do you think it's a good idea to, to evaluate just different references whole, because it could be other nationalities the same way.
Right.
I would say what other tools we may need to add to ensure that individuals that don't speak English are able to get the resources that they need to do because like tennis is a big one. But we also have others in it too.
Yeah, like the LGBT, like, or, you know, just different things that we take for granted that they have. Like, I'm excited about programming services. There's like a lot of things I see that we can do as far as making sure that they're getting GED or going back to school, making sure that they know about vocational school, the things that they're saying that they're not getting, how do we bridge the gap, right? So we focus on like the vendors and what service that you provide, but we haven't took a deeper look to say, is any of this possible? Is any of this gonna stop them from going back to what kids having the resources? If the resources are only gonna serve them for a period of time when they're out, so we have to set them up to stay out. Right. So, yeah. I'm excited.
One thing you just stated, I think that came up for me, and also in the presentation, is that there are subgroups within marginalized communities that we are not even, we don't know. They haven't fully been identified. And so I think that would do some justice to really look into, you know, groups and communities that, you know, are deemed marginalized, but see even within those groups, what subgroups we can really pull out. Because, you know, even when you say LGBT, you know, now there's QIA plus 2 and a bunch of others. Exactly. And so, you know, we have communities within communities, sub-communities within communities that it would be good to really see how we can make sure that they are awareness. Especially that's something to get into. Thank you.
I'm hearing from everyone that we have still a lot of work to do. And, we can get some of the things done in 2024. You know, this is a great opportunity to be heard and seen, and we can know that we have, you know, these things that have been idolized and brought before. I'm looking for everyone to be champion of that and to really continue to level us up, help more individuals, especially capitalize those individuals that we're missing. And I appreciate it.
Well, I was gonna say that I hear a couple of new recommendations being going on there, so just jot them down somewhere, just to pull it, double work group time, so I'm very excited about, 2024, and some really great, ideas, so thank you for doing the reflection questions. And would you please go back to the afternoon, presentation, Ariana? Go back to slide 3.
Yes, I'm getting on that right now.
Thank you.
Moving back to our afternoon session.
I already did, I was everybody. I waited patiently for my slide. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Quite welcome.
Okay, so I'm going to give a quick recap of, well, give you an overview of our afternoon session. So we're going to do a recap of the retreat boarding session, a review of CAB's purpose and its functions, a review of CAB's past accomplishments, and we're going to revisit our subcommittee functions and formation. Next slide, please. Next slide. So a quick recap for this morning's session. So this morning we covered a lot, and I really enjoyed our conversations and discussions that we had. So we reviewed CAB's purpose and its structure. We discussed the AB 109 legislation and its impact on addressing mass incarceration. We also discussed the county landscape and where CAB fits in. We did a review of the AB 109 budget and CAB's budget proposal for the community programs. And we also did lessons learned from previous members, which was very exciting to hear them talk about their lessons learned all the way back to 2019. So that was good, exciting to hear. Moving on to slide 6. I'm now going to turn it back over to, Ozzy to go over our overview of our CAB, accomplishments.
Okay, the very first item is as outreach, community engagement. Subcommittee. And that is EPs. And some of their accomplishments are the annual flag and tree planting and preparation. They've established an ambassador's guide to assist CAB members with their ambassador meetings, with key staff and public leaders assigned to the community corrections partnership. Provided orientation and training on the new ambassador's toolkit. Also hosted their first 8109 mini summit where 5 companies were present and participated. They also increased outreach, recruitment, and member representation of West County region. Last but not least, they worked with the Lama, Orinda, Sunrise, and Rotary Club to raise awareness about CAB's mission, which resulted in the creation of a reentry Rotary scholarship program in Capitol Valley College. Next, program services.
Yep. Support the administration of a survey to gather feedback from funded agencies on systems, gaps, and needs for service. Survey results supported CAB's policies, recommendation for award housing services, behavioral health support, and greater employment opportunities. Receive presentations from CBOs and county departments to learn about the status of their reentry services. Toured in-person visits to CBO program sites. Champion the first ever survey of permanently incarcerated individuals. CAB members called for implicit bias training of CAB membership was translated to the new county policies adoption for all county advisory boards. Bodies.
Okay, so we're going to jump into CAB's policy and budget. So in 2022, members submitted recommendations to the sales office for spending out 8409 access funds by highlighting the need for increased funding in housing, behavioral health, and funding and pre-release engagement. In 2023, CCP and PPC members approved a one-time allocation of $15 million from the 8109 fund balance, be obligated to expand community services in CAB's core priority areas. Yay. Policy and budget hosts work group study session from December 2023 all the way to April 2024, and Justin and I are the one commissioner on them later. The work groups are used to develop a spending and services management plan for the $15 million. Also held ambassador meetings with CCP members and also officers to present any policy recommendations. Okay. So we will, well, that was a lot. We will move on to our next section.
Can I just?
Unless you want to add, see that.
Yeah, what I wanted to, not necessarily add, but uplift, like, take a moment to take in your accomplishment. Pat yourself on the back, even if you weren't there for part of that process, you're now by default part of the body, so you get to inherit. Luckily, you inherit these accomplishments. And you know, at times I think that's human nature. A lot of us that are very passionate, driven individuals who do a lot of great work out there. We just keep going. We're trying to hit the next milestone. We're trying to, you know, we acknowledge and recognize, oh, there's still more to do. But it's imperative that you take a moment to really let this sink in. So when you heard from the previous members and they said how this is really a moment for you guys, I think not only in terms of what you're set up to do going forward, but then also to look back on what you accomplished along the way. So kudos to all of you, because this is some very significant pieces that don't just affect one agency or another, it's an entire system that you're helping to enhance and improve. And it's, I mean, the proof is in the pudding so far.
Thank you for that encouragement. Yes, I concur. We really need to take a moment and celebrate, you know, we work very hard, very diligently. A lot of new things we brought to the table. I want to thank you, Tanya, for her service on program services and creating that idea that we need to get to jails and ask if they need what they are familiar with, you know, and from there, we just took off. So we were building on things that were before us. But anything new and innovative gives us an opportunity to level up. So we've already raised the bar high. So, you know, we got work. And I'm very proud of everyone that's here, that's been a part of, and I'm extremely proud that we're gonna move together in 2024 and continue our momentum.
I do, I think we're excited. We're excited for 2023. To go through 2022 and where we were at, and then 2023 was really exciting. That some of us didn't want to leave. I agree, and thank you, Patrice, for pointing that out, to take a moment, because I don't think that we have, just to have been here for as long as I have, to really see how far this has come, and to hear the ideas of the new members. I'm excited about this committee, and to see when this happens again next year, what's going to be different because of the ideas that I hear. So, I've always been excited about 2024 and ready to hit the ground running. So, so thank you.
I think in that same vein, let's give a shout out to ORJ and the supporting cast that show up for our subcommittee meetings. 'Cause I think a lot of guidance and shepherding has happened that has strengthened what we're putting here. So, thank you all for showing up and making yourself available.
Yes, that means I have to make an honorary mention of Monique Tate.
Yes.
Someone's got to send her a copy of this. Good call.
Not for dinner.
No.
And it's always good to keep us connected. They're very interested in what's going on, because it seems as if the staff is always invested and really passionate and always available, you know, to trees, Mariana. There's no question, and I always say there's no such thing as a stupid question, and they really answer my stupid question. That there's no question. So we know our whole entire, you know, process. Without hard work, we have to definitely need that. I'm still a lifelong learner, and I'm learning, but, you know, when I drop the ball, there's someone to pick it up.
Since we're giving kudos, I think I already talked Justice Errol. I appreciate you coming in and stepping in, and Patrice for taking on, because I was really scared about policy and budget. So it's nice to have individuals that can actually help you learn, go through the process, take away that fear, and make you feel more comfortable to where you can actually speak up and have that voice for those that can't be here. So I really appreciate, because I'm with you all the time. I think I will call you first time. For putting up with what I call my dumb questions, because half of it, like, I don't know. So, I definitely just wanted to highlight that, I appreciate you came in and you just hit the ground running and asked really questions that I probably wouldn't even ask. So you are really like an important factor to this committee, and you can't have him. You know, I just left with you to go my left. No, I just like messing with her. I like my team. Oh, okay. We ain't got there yet. But no, I just wanted to appreciate everyone as we're having that moment, and as we said as well as you know, because you're like that silent person in this one, but you're always there. Not silent. When I be my mind is still going, you'll see. Let me explain. So we appreciate that extra detail, because after honestly talking a lot.
Yeah.
So things that I really don't know and how to connect different pieces, you raise that the bar, you raise the question. So in a nutshell, before we all get emotional, this has been. I'm like, no, we're gonna get emotional. I mean, it's just really been a great 2022, 2023. So I'll leave it at that. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we need cab team t-shirt. Okay, so moving on, so we're gonna move on to the next slide, which is the CAP policy recommendations, which Justin and I will go over. So, for those that are in, Zoom, it is in your agenda packet. Attachment number 15, pages 108 and 119, and in the presentation on slide 10. On slide 10. Right, and looking at the agenda, so on the agenda and our binder, it is tab 15, I believe. I don't think so. Yeah. I said that, but that's like I was here, but right there. Oh. Get it to me now. So I'm not going to read the recommendations, word for word, but again, it is on tab 15. So in our binders for those inside the room, there is, I think it's about 3 pages which outlines all of our, recommendations, 1 through 7. So I'll just kind of call them out, but I won't go into depth exactly in detail on what they are. I believe we are all familiar with them, like, what was that, those type of questions. But of course, our main recommendations that we've really been focusing on, for 2023 and going into 2024 is what we talked about earlier, which was the housing, behavioral health, employment, and pre-release services. This document does include a few other recommendations that we still have on here, which is recommendation number 2, 3, and 4. But I really wanted to highlight that work that we have continuously been working on, which is around recommendation 1, 5, 6, and 7. So again, that's housing, behavioral health, employment, post and pre-release, are still our main focuses, going into the 2024-2025. I'll give it a second for us to kind of look it over to see if anyone have any questions. I'm not going to read it verbatim, it's a lot to read. See if there's any questions in the chat, and see if Justin, if you want to add anything to the recommendations.
The only thing I would add, is that recommendation 7 is completely new. This came to a lot of conversations, in the outreach group.
From the programs and services from their survey.
From the survey. So it's something we definitely wanted to amplify, and I'm sure we'll continue to amplify moving forward. And then, just piggybacking on what Crawford had shared about ORJ and probation, sharing opportunities for previously incarcerated. I think this is named here, but I think that's just a great example of how the county can respond to that type of request. And so, I think we are definitely headed in the right direction. Recommendations, and happy to tailor them as people provide additional feedback.
I also want to add one of the things that stood out as we put out the recommendations is we also looked at what we outlined for the access funds, and we tried to incorporate some of that language into some of the recommendations. Also feedback from a lot of feedback as well. So that was exciting where we wanted to make sure that in our actual recommendations, it included some of that stuff we talked about. So that's how the recommendation number 7 got added. Because if you remember, it was never there. It was only part of that 15-minute discussion. So we wanted to make sure that it was included going forward, because based on the programs and services has done, we do know that there is a major issue from when individuals are from the work being done while they're incarcerated or when they walk out the door. And to make sure that we don't forget that, we wanted to make sure it was included in the also earlier, one thing that stood out to me when Patrice was talking about her staff, one of our recommendations is about our RJ and the growth and the programming, and that recommendation was there before I started. So to see where RJ is now and to see some of those things actually come to fruition and actually is happening for you guys, very excited, because I know at one point one of the major concerns were you didn't have staff. So it's nice to know that it's actually being done. That the work is actually being put in place and is the work starting. So, anyone else have any questions? Open it up for further discussion.
I'm just really excited about our team and it keeps growing, you know, the data, and I think that that's one of the most important things we've been talking about is the data, so that we can see what the data is projecting, and we can better understand what we're working. And I'm just, you know, really glad, I mean, we set up, last year we had, it's amazing, and as Gary said, foundations were set, you know, CAB was here before ORJ, you can figure it out. Thank you so much for your leadership and for all your hard work.
So we'll move on to the CAB planning session for the AB 109 access funds. Although I love our recommendations, this is one of my favorite parts. And the reason for that is to see this actually get put in place in 2023. I believe, I don't want to quote that with Julian that was here, no, Scott. We may never do this, right? So the fact that CCP and you get acronyms, PC and you know, put that and making us to be able to do that, that is big. And that was really exciting to me that they are allowing us to be able to move forward in these work groups and listen to our voice and our opinions and recommendations. I can take that into account as they allocate this funding. So I'm really excited about this. Again, the excess funds is around $15 million, and based on what we heard from the survey, we want to focus on those key areas. And as we all know, housing has always been a very big one. It's always housing out. Behavioral health services, that is mental health, AOD, employment on how to get better employment for our individuals in the county and things, and better incomes. They can actually have a sustainable living and not return back into incarceration. And pre and post release engagement. Those are our key areas of focus that we're looking for in regards to AB 109 access funds. One of the other key parts that I'm really excited about is yes, we have spoke to our CBO, we're really digging deep into those kind of programs. We've never been able to do that. So to have that collaboration of individuals coming to the table, for example, housing, hearing from different county programs and partners that have that experience that can come in and give us that feedback is a very exciting moment for us all. So what we've done is I gave the timeline a little bit earlier. We did our first work in December, which was housing. And where she's moving, and I'm not sure where she's moving. Oh, she's moving up everywhere. Thank you so much. I love your help. So here's an outline of our meeting. So in December, we did do a housing. What else is that in our?
It's right after, it's in the same agenda, same attachment.
Right.
The latter page. Okay.
So December, we did our housing. January is gonna be a tad bit different. We are just gonna do a recap of housing and behavioral health and employment.
We can't.
I was gonna say behavioral health and employment, but it's better, yeah. It's
But you're
better.
canceling.
January when I have.
Oh, I see, I didn't get that update. I don't know yet.
Right.
Okay, I take that back. I get another moment of doing nothing. So.
Preparing.
So sorry, January meeting will be canceled. In February, we will actually be combining the employment and behavioral health meetings together. So, and then our goal is in March to do the pre and post release engagement. April, we plan to come back together with a planning update. And then hopefully be able to finalize, review our priority areas in April and have a final presentation to CCP around mid-April and May. I will say our first work group was really exciting. We got a lot of great information that we're going to take back and discuss and kind of throw out some different ideas on what we heard and kind of recap on that. So this is a very exciting time. And again, for me, I'm happy because first time that we get to it, and then, you know, hopefully there'll be more opportunities, but this is the first that we get to participate. Did I miss anything?
I would just piggyback, I think the first meeting was really informative. Each of the departments came with multi-pages of content about the services that they're providing, and how they can increase those services directly to this population. And I think it's a unique opportunity, like
Right.
she was sharing, that we haven't really had. So while we'll report back to the larger cab, I do encourage you, if you have 30 minutes to drop into one of these meetings, do it. If you have the time to review the agenda with the actual content that was supplied, do it. Because I think that this is giving us a depth of knowledge that I haven't come across in the past year. And I think it's really shaping where we can take cab with people.
Yeah, I would like to add a couple of things. So, just so everyone knows that the planning approach to these, various sessions, these various meetings is to, each for each specific, priority area. The providers that are invited to present, they're asked very pointed questions, prior to coming, right? And they are to respond to those questions in writing. So whereas typically CAP has experienced providers coming in with a slide deck presentation, kind of giving an overview of their services or how they deliver their services. These questions center around a few things. Their budgets, so the cost and expense it is to run certain program models, if they're currently implementing them. The total number of justice involved individuals that they're currently serving compared to the overall number of clients that they're serving. And this information is being gathered because not only are you to identify the specific program models or within each priority area that you want to see implemented, but you also have to give essentially a budget allocation for each of those. And so you won't necessarily know what the budget allocation is if you don't have sense of what it takes to run it. So I agree, the last meeting, the December meeting was super rich. And we do have recordings on that. I encourage folks to watch it just to get a sense of how in-depth those conversations were. These meetings are not intended for anyone to pitch a specific proposal. Other than those program modifications that are to be considered, right? Because that's what CCP did call for. But aside from that, the providers really came in with the intention of giving you all as much information as possible so you can have a really great and thorough plan, as thorough as possible, because volunteers, you only know so much, right? But to be able to then present back to CCP for their further consideration. So you have something really tangible to give to them. So those are really, really great meetings. These others, the TBDs that you have here, we're trying our best to plan around them. We just don't have the schedule yet, though I think PPC schedule may already be up possibly. But the PPC will be calling for an update on this planning process. And then hopefully around, like I said, April timeframe. Typically, there's an April meeting, the first meeting for CCP. So we'll continue to try to end that. So
I just looked up the time is changing.
Oh,
It's gonna be the same day that it's for Vista, but they shifted to the afternoon.
okay,
So
okay,
just for planning purposes, for anybody that wanted to log on and then.
okay. So PPC used to be, it sounds like they still are, that first Monday.
First Monday, but it's
Of the
that
month.
the afternoon.
I'd like to piggyback on what, just that earlier and reference to inviting you all to come. One other thing that I picked up from this outside of what our goal is we've identified some gaps, right? And we have programs that are coming to talk about, what services that they provide that we really don't have. So it's a good idea to come and listen. You may hear about a service that you didn't know about. It may answer some question about some gaps. It may even, or some of you committees want to open the door to go out and visit, to learn more. So, we really do invite you to that space, to be able to come and learn, because I learned a lot. I mean, there are people that are coming talking about aspects of their organization that I didn't know. So, I have been able to pick up on a few things where we've answered some questions that we may have had around service gaps that we've seen that raised the aha question, or how can we utilize that? So, definitely if you find the time, come in. If you can't come, like Patrice said, it's great. So I think we're open to feedback.
One other extra tidbit, the January meeting that was originally scheduled to discuss, behavioral health, one of the reasons why it's being rescheduled, we did reach out to behavioral health. We actually got some pretty great news back. They actually requested if they could postpone their presentation to CAP because, they were, planning a internal retreat where they'll be looking at their data, as it relates to the rollout of the Cal AIM, Justice Initiative, Justice Involved Initiative. And so they wanted to be sure that they're utilizing that information to help support the planning that you all will be doing as well. So that's another example where there are things happening coming down the pipeline and everyone's thinking the same thing, right? Let's make sure we're utilizing funds to the best of their ability and coordinate our efforts rather than. Yes, you absolutely can. Sure.
Piggybacking off of Nicole and kind of the coordination of services and access to information, I think one prime example that stood out for me in that conversation was H3 acknowledging that they have beds for incarcerated people and they're not full every night. And so why is that? And how do we dig deeper into that? And Nicole and I are going to be working on this recommendation for $15 million, but there's also all these other little aspects that I think our body could start to pick apart and dive a little deeper. So again, just encouraging participation where available. And then the second thing that we explored at the end of the meeting is new and innovative and creative approaches. So if there are ideas that you're hearing about in other counties across the state, across the nation that are related to these topics that you want to bring forward and have them discussed, I think this is a great space to explore that. We had talked about trying to bring people in to highlight some of these innovative ideas as well. So please amplify those voices and share with us.
Okay, great. So I will now, before I move on, is there any other questions, any feedback anyone wants to give? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Ozzy, and she's gonna go over the CAP investment program.
Thank you, Nicole. Everyone here in the room will take a look at section 16. You'll find a copy of the Ambassador's Program Guide 2023. And within it, first page of the, it has an overview, a guide overview. It gives you a description of what's included in this tool, the Ambassador's Program Guide. And one of the things I'm going to talk about how it's worked in the past, my own personal experience. If you notice page 3, there's an executive summary, and that summary goes into detail of what the program is and how it was originally initiated and why. It was originally initiated in 2016 as a mechanism to increase receptiveness of cash proposals for the establishment of an office for reentry and justice. The purpose of the establishment of the CAD is twofold. First, it creates a conduit between CAD and those who will ultimately vote on CAD's proposal. Through the ambassador's communication with the delegation, there's a time to engage the stakeholders so that CAD can learn about what departments and elected officers are working on while informing them of what CAD's area of focus for the year are. The second function is to mobilize support for an important or potentially controversial issue that the CAB recommends to address. CAB ambassadors meet with each delegate at least one time annually in preparation for critical end of year voting. And, if you notice, there's a report out, and the report out details each vote, how it happened. If you go to page 7, you'll find membership assignment. And on that assignment, you would have different agencies that we are visiting and the different individuals that we're speaking with. We have CAO, we have the court, we have H3, we have behavioral health, the district attorney, EHSD, probation, sheriff's office, public defender, and the board of supervisors by district. So if you notice, each board member is tasked to visit and select. They have first, a leading person, and a secondary person that goes to each of the agencies that is described here on page 7. There's the lead person with the secondary person. If you go to the next page, you'll find a listing of the program, the contact. Now, what generally happens is we sign up our choices that we have. We select, say I would like to go see Diane, or maybe I would like to go see Diane and supervisor Lover. So these are my choices. And it's eventually decided on who would be the lead person and who would be the second person. Generally, everyone would have a lead position.
Lead a second. So usually what we do is for the lead, we try to take into account new members, right? So we won't rush, well, I won't take rush members. But we usually won't put a new member in the lead position that's been learned from someone that's been here for a long period of time. So usually someone that's been, well, most of us are seniors, so you won't have to do a lead. Right. But as you get assigned to lead your second, as you work through, that person can decide your own growth on how you want to do it. Have fun with it, but yeah, so it's usually the lead and then the second person, and there is no right or wrong way for you to do the actual lead.
And then what usually happens, whoever takes on the lead position, we have some sample email contacts, how the verbiage is already established, from take the information there and create. If you're the lead person, you'll create an email for the individuals. You have a designated list with their email addresses, and generally their contact person, the person who actually reads their emails and passes the information on. Schedule. You send an email asking for dates, and generally we look at each lead 1 and the person 2 will look at our schedule for dates and see what dates are available. But from the suggestion that Crawford made earlier, he's really putting us on task, and I'm kind of like compartmentalizing that, added to it, because from my past experience, it's difficult to reach the timeline that we were looking for. Say, for example, we would like to have all of these things done, all of the conversations, we'd like to have all of the input turned by November, so that we can kind of have that information for our meetings. It's kind of like give a general overview of what happened at the meetings, and our report out is something that's included in each of our board packages.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to give you some pointers because some of you guys will be taking on the lead that may not have been the lead. For me, that what really works, I think I had 4 or 5. I think I had 4 or 5. You got a lot. It was about probably 4. So what but from my very first one, some key pointers for me, as soon as you get decided, reach out to the departments. Find out what their availability is. Actually, we have a certain time frame to say, well, this month, what is your calendar look like? Pick some dates like that way that just the second person can relax while the lead does all the work, because majority of the work is to be done by the lead. And once you have that date from the second, now the lead responsibility is to go out there and to get the date set. So emails always work at first, and then I will go and include your second other email and throw those dates out there and then get it on the calendar. And on a side point, what helped me was, although I was waiting for a response, I got the talking points together already, and then I had the report out already together. And the talking points is really good because if you happen to be a Zoom as they're talking, you have the talking points each section, just type it in that section. So when you do your report out, you're pretty much just copying and pasting. So it's just find a way to organize it and it'll be more easier. But don't let one piece fall off, because it is a lot, it is. If you depends on how many you have, especially at the lead. But if you try to get everything prepped ahead of time, it can actually be done and then sent back where it won't feel like it's too overwhelming. So those are some key things that I did was create a folder for myself to kind of pre-prep my work already, and I had to put everything together when I was done. So, but the one thing I took away is once you do it, your call is not gonna be like her call. Have fun with it. It doesn't have to be the same. When I did one with Scott, there was no agenda. He just wanted to just talk. And when I did, I mean, we went in and I followed his flow. He didn't want an agenda, no talking points. He wanted to stop. When I did it with Crawford. Crawford, it was to a T. We had the person part. My name was in yellow. His was in red. When I did it with Random, we tried that, but then we just went from the neck. We were artists in person. So don't be afraid of it. It gets fun. And I actually take what Scott said. I'm enjoying being in front of people that I actually may not never have a chance to talk to. And actually, they want to know about you. They want to know about the campus work, but they want to know about you too. And so you can actually talk about things, real life things, and it actually hear you. So it's an amazing experience.
And I concur, it is an amazing experience, and I think my friend here, Crawford and I decided that we needed a script. Because comfortability for me is important. I've never come in front of these individuals before. I had implicit biases everywhere. How would I perceive or be incarcerated? That whole narrative that's running through my head. And I didn't want to be just a secretary, because I wanted to be a part of the conversation, because I had taken on a commitment to be a community member. So therefore, I needed to say something, even if I was uncomfortable. So when we tasked and we developed, we start off, and the secondary person would ask questions, we would bounce it off. And that's included in your two. Because what it is, it brings about comfortability. You don't have to worry about getting off track. You're uncomfortable. Just conversing with the individual that's in front of you. You have something that's here that's orchestrated. But we have people who like to do their own thing, and that's all well and good. But for me, I needed a script where if I got off track, I could get back on hold. So I wanted to make sure that I can stay focused, and I found that worked for me. And so that's why this is included as part of the toolkit, so that we can all be on the same page, we can all talk about the same things, we all cover the same bases, all the things that are important. Because the most important thing is that our message is being conveyed. And yes, everyone, they want to know about you and your life experience. They want to have that in-depth conversation, because next year you might have another opportunity to go before the event. Or you might find and meet them in some other safe space where you have an opportunity to make an appointment. You won't feel like, you're out of the loop, because you have made the, you have established, you have gained some confidence in being able to speak and communicate with people who you consider higher up. See, I had implicit bias. I didn't think that I was really articulate enough to really engage in conversations, so I needed something that was like a comfort blanket that I could really refer back to. And that helped me very well. Now this year coming up, I think I don't have to need that meeting. But I think I'll be able to express what it is. I think this is my 4th year. I pretty much repetition. It's time to do it. But I think it's a great resource, and I think that we should look it over and really take some of the suggestions. And we're going to look at corporate suggestions about how we want to roll it out so that we'll be able to have everything leave it this time we have to. But one of the things that we really want to do is have a program of how things that are rolling out and the months and when things are due, because we do have things that are set in stone, specifically for, PPC and for CCP. You know, they have things that are seasoned, and we want to also have things where our successors will be able to go back and see how we did it.
Will we be doing, and this is the question, like, as we get to this point and one of our four camp meetings, will we be able to add this, like, as an agenda item, we can have some big, deep, just so people feel comfortable with it? Maybe once we know who's assigned to who and, you know, in the room settings, we never done it before. We kind of rush through it at the meetings, or really have a moment to say, okay, let's look at this, military's assigned, let's talk about at that moment how we can work together and get things,
I thought we did that this year.
not really in depth, like we have more newer people now, just to make sure they feel, even if it's not really a long period, but giving that space to make everyone feel comfortable. Because we've done it for a long time, but everyone else may not feel comfortable in a lead position, because they don't have to lead, so to make sure they all feel comfortable actually in.
My first year, so that's.
I know. She got to-
I believe my first.
She got to see, Crawford made her lead, but, to really see, you know, just to have that, give you guys that room to ask that question, and I'll definitely say my first year, we didn't have meetings documents. And I didn't know what to say. I mean, they had a very great secretary that helped me, and she kind of led the call, and I piggybacked off her, because I had no idea what I was doing. But to be able to now have a document where you can refer back to regardless of the user is amazing, because I didn't have that.
Excellent to get out there and experience and to share councils, but it's also super important to hear the priorities of people.
Yes.
Because those are the people you're going to be pitching to in the future, you know, trying to get them for you're doing. So that's sort of the symbiotic relationship there. We're presenting, so it's not new to them, and then also all different.
But Jill was right, not saying from the ones that I've done. Their priorities, they align with a lot of stuff, and it's amazing. I really enjoy the conversations, and also what makes you feel good is kind of like what I just say, you'll go to another meeting and they know the name. And that just makes you like, wow, they remember the conversation. So it's, and also by hearing their priorities, we kind of figure out where with our recommendations, like maybe they can give us some ideas of what we may want to look at too, on areas that we may not have talked about. And on my download list of reports, her name. She covers, you said, Oakley, Brickwood, Supervisor. Thank you. Please don't tell her. Doesn't see that. Anywho, well, I don't know. No, you know,
On here too.
yeah, I remember her area. I was terrible with names. But it was a few things that she pointed out that we didn't realize, it's kind of recap about housing, how they're trying to expand the housing in East County, but the community doesn't want it. So although we're focusing on housing, it's not trying to put there, but like when it comes to East County, that's a little bit different. We have to get people to buy in. So it's different from Central and West. So that's like what she is saying is hearing their priorities. It's, yes, our recommendation is housing, but we have to really break it down and know what the issue is in that area. So the conversations are amazing.
But don't forget to plug, and when you have issues in different places, like Crawford and I plug with the district attorney, that we need jobs. We need jobs for the population. We need jobs in those spaces. Remember you're talking. We need people from the Manson population with jobs. So don't forget to plug them for what we really need. And yes, their priorities are important, and our report outs are important. Report out, because if we do go back and look at those report outs, so we can incorporate those in our meetings. But definitely don't forget to pitch.
You're the boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. I'm there.
I mean, there is nothing more significant, not really in decision makers, that they hear what's going on to make their best decisions.
And we appreciate you, because she's always. Our other set of ears and eyes.
Jill is everywhere.
You're you. And
I know.
I think it would be important and worth what was said. So that they're not returning the following year and what they asked for hasn't been addressed, and we have no knowledge of it. So even though we're gonna prepare to do it, make sure we do it by November, but actually making sure as a subcommittee that we look at what they're asking for so that we can incorporate that in our goals. So that we can say last year you asked for and this year we did.
I agree, because I'm not sure, we were so busy at the end of the year, that I don't know if we were really focused on a few things. That would be some advice that we can do, because I know we brought it up at the meeting, but we were really focused on the excess funds, the surveys and all these other things, that I don't believe that we really had a chance to go back and really take in what they said. And really hear from you guys. I know Crawford said OCMC did some work, so really maybe get an update from you all on what you did with the investment notes, so we can kind of follow that next step that you laid out.
Ton of these are supervisors. And raise the fire responsible access committees. That's what we're going to do. Here to that. Those recommendations. They might have to be seen, but then. Straight back to something. Ideally, yeah.
But we will have those meetings ahead of.
Now, but you start, you get it. Whatever your priorities are.
Yeah.
Because when scholars are up there.
Okay, that's great feedback. Thank you.
Leave that in the Justin Brown. Right.
No, that's good.
He will forget.
You get all of these.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on our tool here? We do have a break. Coming up. Right now. Yes, we did. We have a break. Refreshment.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a separate 10 minutes. 10 minutes, that works for everyone.
Absolutely. So 10 minutes will put us back here at 2:25.
Oh, all right.
All right, so both myself and Gary on take the lead on this piece here. So we wanted to spend some time going over two sources of information that you guys should look at as your Bibles. So usually there's one Bible you guys have. That's your advisory body handbook, and then your CAB operating guidelines. So these two documents, which are, let's see, in the agenda packet, it's a link titled CCC Advisory Handbook for those following online. For those in the room, you have a separate, yes, should be in the pocket of your binder. And then your most recently updated and approved operating guidelines are attachment 9 in the agenda packet, tab 9 in your binder. These two key documents are really, really important because one, they help illustrate for you all essentially the requirements that you will have to follow as a member of a member of a subcommittee to a county advisory body. Okay, so all county advisory bodies operate under the advisory body handbook, and it's a really great tool to answer any questions you might have as it relates to the Brown Act and conflicts of interest and ethics questions, how meetings are to be ran, what are the stipulations around some of those pieces, what are some of the staff's responsibilities as well in supporting you guys. Okay, so that's one element. The other piece, which is your operating guidelines, are specific to CAB. So you kind of look at these similar as you would to a set of bylaws. We don't have a set of bylaws, but we do have operating guidelines to help you operationalize your work as a body. So when we look at the advisory body handbook, let's start there. So Gary, I want to pull that up or speak to someone. And I don't want to steal your thunder, Gary, because you know how I can just go. So let me know what, what portions you want to cover. Otherwise I'll jump right on in.
Okay, you're good to go. Did you want to start? Or did you want me to start?
Well, I'll open it up for you and then I'll let you go.
All right, go ahead.
One of the reasons why we wanted to spotlight this for you is because you get a lot of emails from Garyana, right? Getting you ready for agendas that need to be posted by a certain deadline. We need the attachments for this. Please make sure you RSVP so that way we can manage for all those kind of pieces are super, super important because we are operating under a set of guidelines, a set of requirements that govern public bodies. So you are part of a public body. And so that allows us to create transparency and open dialogue that the public also has an opportunity to participate in. So at times it may feel like, well, do we really need to do all this? Well, can't we just get together really quickly? Can Patrice, Garyana, can we turn this in the night before the meeting? No, you cannot. Not if it's a document that needs to be shared broadly for folks to be able to review and have an opportunity to come to the meeting and make other comments, right? We have to make sure that we're always keeping in mind that the work that you're doing is not just for you, but it is so that the public can have access to and also give input, right? You're that conduit for community input that is ushered up forward to some of our elected decision makers. So I'll stop right there and pass it on over to you, Gary, in terms of some tidbits and tips for successful membership engagement.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Patrice. And I want to echo everything that you just said. And I just want to highlight, like, we know how influential and impactful this body can be. So the ORJ did take the liberty to highlight a few key tips for successful engagement. First is attendance. It is critical for you to arrive to each general body and subcommittee meeting on time and well prepared. We understand that things happen and you're not able to attend every meeting in person. And if you're not able to attend every meeting in person, then you're able to use your just cause or your emergency circumstances. You get 2 just causes, which will have to fall under the guidelines for just cause in order for you to use them. In addition, you're able to use your emergency circumstances, but you have to notify the ORJ at least 4 days in advance. We know this is not always possible because emergencies come up sometimes unexpectedly. So just try to notify us as far in advance as possible because the committee does have to vote and approve for you to attend and participate virtually. Also, lastly, you get 3 absences before the body considers you for removal. Next is trainings. So there's 3 required trainings. That's the implicit bias, ethics, and Brown Act. Each training is required for completion 60 days after your appointment and 2 years after for the Brown Act and the implicit bias training. It's important to be updated on your training so you can be in compliance and you can continue the amazing work that this body does. And just to be updated, or just for your information, that the implicit bias that was once available is currently not available right now. And we will have a timeline for when the next available implicit bias training will be available. And then I will send that information to you guys as soon as possible. Last thing I wanted to touch on was the Brown Act. Oh, yes.
Someone had a question.
I think.
Oh, sorry. I can't see your hand. Sorry. So just,
Sorry, I was wondering, is this something I should be following along or you just reading? She's just, yeah, you give us up notes, okay.
this is just from my notes, but I can send you, if you want to read this, then I can send it to you. Nicole, was that you?
Yeah, you know me very well.
Yeah. So if you do want to, oh, go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, under, in your advisory body handbook on page 10 of the handbook, there's all 3 trainings she just mentioned. Oh,
Okay.
Wait, and if you go to the advisory body website.
yeah, they're all there. Links to them as well.
Do we have to do them again?
The every 2 years for the Brown Act and the
Implicit bias.
implicit bias.
Correct.
I think mostly everybody's up to date with the exception of, well, you guys may have just done it from your other. So, oh, here's the other thing too. If you are past due on your training, let's say you're up to your 2 years is up and you need to do the training again, but you recently did the same training because you were now appointed to another advisory body. Let's say you joined the Juvenile Justice Coordination Council. And you just did the training for that body. You can use that time, you just send us a copy and use that date to then, we keep a record of that and show that you're up to date then on the training, because you just took it, right? So you don't have to do it for every single body.
What about for the ethics for local government? Is that every 2 years too?
No, oh, ethics, my understanding, okay, well then, yes. Yes, every 2 years for the ethics for local government officials. And that one is really key. That one is a very long training, but it's really, really necessary because it really helps to understand some of the gray areas that we could typically find ourselves in when it comes to conflict of interest and issues related to ethics. So any questions you might have related to conflict of it, first, go through that training, that's one. And then 2, shortly after that, pages 11 through 13 also highlight conflict of interest code, state and local requirements around this. These are your go-to information. And even then, if you still have questions, certainly let us know. We'll reach out to the clerk of the board. And even if they are unsure, then we'll get feedback from town council as well. But you will be in specifically for this body, because it has come up before, because you guys do you do take action and take votes on funding recommendations. For any of you who are staff of a funded agency, that will propose a conflict of interest. So you need to know what to do in those instances. So appearance of
Unless you're an owner, decision maker, and that.
yes.
Did I hear correctly that implicit bias training is something not available?
That's correct.
That are pulled up?
It was the provider who was providing it, it took it down, so it's not available to the advisory bodies right now, but they're working on getting a new provider to provide this training. So once we have that, I'll pass that information on to whoever needs to complete it. Oh, I can't hear you. What did you say?
I said it's not going away, it's just the NIH site is not available.
Okay, back to you, Gariana.
Okay, and just to wrap up, I just wanted to speak about the Brown Act, and I just wanted to highlight how it discusses the regular scope of meetings, and it's important for us to note to shy away from discussing meetings outside of meetings and not responding all to emails. Also, this body is a voice for the community, so it's important to increase transparency and to make information accessible to the public for us to be um, in, for us to be in person, to establish quorum, for us to discuss these agenda topics for the work to move forward. Back to you, Patrice.
Okay, and just to add a little bit more to what she was just sharing there, the purpose of the Brown Act or some of the elements of it is really to ensure that there's no what is considered serial meetings happening. What does that mean? That for individuals in powerful positions, right? We want to, or the state at least, wanted to reduce any backdoor dealings, anything of that nature that might take place. Thus, the Brown Act legislation or policy was then put in place. Now, with regards to you guys, not sure that there's any backdoor deals you would be making in regards but nonetheless, it is good practice to put in place because as you do decide to, who knows, you all may run for office one day, or you will be participating in other advisory bodies that do have some charge or authority over some or governing over some budgets or whatever the case may be. So it's good to have these practices in place, and you always utilize us as staff to help assist in the communication that you want to share with other members of the body. Okay. And then last but not least, I do want to echo what she was mentioning about quorum. Quorum, quorum, quorum. Our favorite, not so favorite word. It's our favorite word because it is essentially the threshold to let us know whether or not we can proceed and move forward. So again, echoing what Garyana mentioned, we were all spoiled when we had advisory body all online virtually. Right? It definitely was a major convenient way for us all to be active and engaged. And so though we make it, it's available under certain conditions for members of the body, there's still a required quorum for in-person meetings to just take place anyway. So we try to get the schedule out to you in advance. Should you find any conflicts or any issue, and you know, it happens, right? Sometimes meetings have to be canceled that we just didn't foresee, and that's okay. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's always good to make sure that you know that as part of your commitment to the body, that it is necessary that you attend in person, both to the full body meetings and to the subcommittee meetings. And if you foresee any challenges, just let us know. Reach out.
Is there any discussion about reauthorizing that for advisory boards?
My understanding is that there is legislation pending in the legislature to make the state to make some adjustments to advisory bodies, but we just heard that from the other day. So, but nothing has taken form.
It was proposed and then the piece of legislation, somebody went in, made changes to it, so it really did nothing. It took over as a 2-year build. Yeah, well, that was last year. So. County support. Allowing it, that's why by lever. Yeah, without the decision-making authority.
Patrice, the other question I had was, one of the things that kept coming up for the end of our meetings was around voting and we went to individual versus. Is that somewhere easier?
No,
I was trying to find that, right, Jill obviously has this institutionalized in their mind.
about voting.
Vote for like by person versus all of us at once versus.
Okay, so if you mean by not doing roll call vote?
Yeah.
If nobody is attending just cause or emergency, you can, if everybody's in the room, it's just a regular vote. How many ayes, how many nays? If somebody is attending virtually, the number of body that.
And that's not everything, or that's. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Let's see. One other thing to, want to lift up is that, we are required, to have meeting agendas posted 96 days, I have. Forget it.
Right.
96 hours, sorry, before the, meeting dates. So that's why we typically send you guys reminders in advance that anything that you want to be considered by the body in written material, we would need it, and usually we'll ask for even two, so 96 hours, 2 days plus, and 2 extra days. Just so we can have an opportunity to prepare all the documents, get them ready. They have to be posted so that the public have an opportunity to review in advance of the. So just keep that in mind, going forward. The 96 hours is a good thing about it. We should try as many as possible. And then there are opportunities, I'm just kind of going through some of the table of contents that raises some things up for me. There are opportunities where you guys can have special meetings. Let's say in the event, there's a really hot button issue that's been discussed at a full CAB meeting and you run out of time, but you feel like it's really necessary to keep that conversation going because maybe there's a pending action, something else is coming up or requires more feedback on, we can establish what we call those special meetings. So that is then calendaring time where it's convenient for everyone and posting so that way you guys can come together. So it'll be off of your regular scheduled meetings, but just another opportunity. And it won't happen frequently, but at least it just gives you an opportunity to keep space for further discussion as we go. Let's see. I think everybody's pretty familiar with the application process to join CAB and how CAB's new applicants are then approved to join CAB. Okay, all right. Well, then I'll just stop there. All to say, advisory body handbook and your operating guidelines. Go forth and prosper. Yeah. Okay, so I think the next part is, organize ourselves to do the work. Okay, there we go. Go to the next slide. So these are just from the guidelines, some stipulations around how your committees are formed, the key functions of all 3 of them. So earlier today, we talked about each 3 subcommittee and some of the major work products that would typically come out of those committees or responsibilities. But these are just some specific guidelines that cross all committees. CAB committees will meet no less than quarterly and meetings are open to the public. Each committee can set its own meeting schedule. We do have a tentative meeting schedule right now, sort of in place, and it's essentially the same meeting schedule as the year prior, but should members need to adjust, we can accommodate. Your CAB vice chair will serve as the committee chair of the policy and budget committee, and other committee leadership will be named by the CAB chair and confirmed by vote of the full CAB. Committee members should not engage in activities that are not within the purpose or responsibilities that's outlined in the charters or conflict with operating guidelines and other applicable policies. This is important because it's always imperative to know, and this is just good practice, even if you serve on other bodies as well. It's imperative to know what's the charge and scope of authority of the committee or the advisory body that you're a part of. You want to stay within those confines, if you will, in doing the work of the body. So just always keep that in mind. Committees may recommend policies and decisions falling within the scope of their authorities, similar to what I just mentioned. And then each committee will function with the committee chair, a vice chair, and at least one more CAB member. Committee chair is responsible for conducting meetings, developing and distributing agendas, obviously with ORJ support, so don't worry about it, and ensuring compliance and applicable policies involving advisory bodies. Committee vice chair shall act for the committee chair in his or her absence and prepare written summaries of committee meetings and activities. So that's another key piece to note, that every month after your committee meeting, you typically submit a summary report of what took place at that meeting. It's shared during the full CAB. Next slide, please. So we are getting ready. As you can tell, we're teeing up to have members assign themselves and recommend themselves for participation or to join certain subcommittees. So as you're thinking about the subcommittees that you'd like to participate in, here's some other notes. Members are required to participate in at least one subcommittee and are permitted to serve on more than one subcommittee. Now, if we run into some quorum issues on that one, we will certainly let you know. You do a lot of work in one committee alone, so if you have the time to be able to. No worries. So if you have the time to do more than one committee, cool, but just know a lot of work. Okay. Members can assign themselves to the subcommittee or committees of their choice. Membership and active participation in each subcommittee require a minimum of 3 members to maintain quorum and meeting proceedings. Please keep in mind, we want to aim for 3, at a minimum, 3 members per subcommittee, okay? And most of CAB's work is conducted through the subcommittees and therefore meets as frequently as, right? Next slide. Oh. Okay, so now actually, carry on. I think this is where you can you pull up the membership roster? So we're going to now look at the membership roster, which is located on the CAB at a glance roster 2024. This is tab 6, attachment 6. Oh, Gariana, do you have the Word version of this where you can type in? While everyone is looking at that, as you can see, all of the list of all of our active members, we have a total of 10. And we have chairs for 2 subcommittees. We do not have a chair for the OCEC, so that's something that can be resolved today as well. So, how do you do? For OCEC? Is that right? Wait. It's all okay. You're working.
He taught me well.
This spirit still dwells among us.
Yeah.
We got volunteers.
That's 3 members as well. Okay.
Wait, what 3 members?
So we have here on the document, we have the listing of all of our members in the regions of the county you guys represent. We have our 3 officers.
Over here. I'm sorry, what?
Okay. to begin, we have here, our at a glance, roster, where we have a list of all of our, current CAB members, and the regions that they represent. We have our 3 officers, which were all selected at the last CAB meeting, Ozzy Carter as chair, Nicole Green as vice chair, and Arena Moore as secretary. And, just keep in mind, we have 5 vacancies at the moment, so. OCEC chair has whoever that chair may be, has a, well, everyone has big shoes to fill, to get those vacancies filled. So nonetheless, we will have, I guess, well, how do you want to lead this? Ozzy? I guess we can go around the room and see where people would like to place themselves for the sub. Absolutely. So.
Okay, place already.
I've been voluntold. We're gonna figure it out.
Okay,
OCEC, Brenda.
okay. So Brenda's joining OCEC.
Stare there.
OCEC.
Very well.
You got this.
We're near the end of the day. everyone-
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I accept my voluntold position. Of the chair.
Oh, we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're just doing the membership for now.
My bad, I'm like this.
So Reverend Van Hook says he wants to be a member of OCEC.
There you go.
All right. You were just waiting.
All right, who wants to go next?
I thought we were just going to remember.
I want to be on, so Rena Hurley says she wants to be on programs and services.
I did it as well.
And you do as well?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
So both, Rena and, I'm sorry.
I know by both names, they both mine.
Rena and Renee,
Yeah.
Renee. Okay. Yeah. All right, policy and budget.
I will join that.
Jeffrey said he was.
Yeah, we received notification from Jeffrey, from whatever country he is in, that he would like to be part of policy. All right.
Right.
You're there. Now, that means we're,
Mark.
missing, someone for OCEC. So,
Mark.
potentially put Mark there.
Does he have a choice?
Yeah, he has a choice, but he's not here for now, so we will share that with him and see what he thinks. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so how are folks feeling about this lineup? Now, Ozzy, you are not on a committee. You don't have, your chair, you don't have to be, you can certainly float between them.
Who's the third person for outreach?
That's Mark Danley.
Okay. I'm gonna balance between, OCEC and policy and budget and program services.
Okay.
I'll go. I'll go all the way across. I'll be there.
Okay, all right, okay. So now with that, we do have a vacancy of chair for the OCEC. Would anyone like to nominate themselves or be nominated to serve as chair on OCEC?
Nominate Reverend.
And me.
Just go every moment in this room.
So, yes, but as long as, my two illustrious, other co-chairs.
Yes.
uh, Agree to, we will, they will support you. So, yes.
And we will as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Not alone.
No, this is only because of, JJCC, just, a co-chair there, and I'm just trying not to. But, I love the cab, so, Hartford really had an indelible mark. And pay it forward.
All right, so it sounds like you're accepting that.
Yes.
The nomination.
Congratulations.
Okay. Well, at this point, if you like, you can call a motion to, vote for two things, to, approve, Reverend Van Hook as chair of OCEC, and then to, approve the, membership of the various.
Okay, I would like to make a motion for the approval of Reverend Julius Van Hook for the chair for outreach and community engagement. Also for the other placements on program services. So I go down the list, chairperson, do we need a second?
No, usually just the membership of each. So.
And the membership of each subcommittee as so duly stated. Make that motion, maybe, Madam President. Is there a second?
I second.
Can we call for a vote? Ariana, would you not?
Yes, I'm gonna do a roll call vote because I can't really see you guys' hands, but before I do that, who motioned?
Ozzy calls, yeah.
So Ozzy motioned or Ozzy?
Ozzy motion and then Tanya second.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Oh, Ozzy called, I'll motion it, Ozzy called it, Nicole motioned it, she seconded.
okay, Nicole motioned and Latanya second. The motion. All right, sounds good.
All in
Yeah,
favor?
all in favor, and then oppose if anybody opposes.
Okay. Well, I just can't see hands, so just help me out. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? Sounds like nobody. Any recusals? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries.
All right.
Now, anything.
From running.
Oh. You don't know about to do
Thank you, very good. Congratulations. And please looking forward to all the great work we're going to do in 2024. We have a lovely team, but we've already leveled up in this.
Yes.
So the next item on our agenda is our future work. And I'll turn this over to Nicole. Okay. Some questions? Yes. Discussion?
Yes, perfect. We're gonna talk about Cavs future work. Let's have a few questions just for us to have a little conversation. So, it's slide 21. Okay. So the first question is, what's different now compared to the previous year? I'll start.
The first thing is that we have an OCEC chairperson. And we have a full house on that committee. And that's the first, because I think last year, Harvard was the chairperson. And so this year we were great.
Well, I'll say, to piggyback off of that, I can look at walking in. Man, Justin's been a real small body team for the whole year, so that's great, but no, really, what's different now compared to the previous year? What I heard today was ideas, like I really that earlier where I can see some new recommendations going on, it's just based on the conversation in here, so that's what's different is our thought process going into 2024. In reference to what our goals are, I see a lot of excitement from everyone in here. So that's what I feel like is different. That fire is still lit from 2024, and I don't think any of us regrets at all. We came in here still ready to go with ideas, and that's what's different. And another key thing is the retreat is in person.
And we had food.
Yeah.
Yes, ORJ.
Yes, so we're walking into this year where something new, because when I started 4 years ago, every retreat I was on was Zoom. So this has been exciting for me to start 2024 in person and having this experience with you all. Anybody else anything different compared to previous years?
I feel the bonding and cohesiveness here in this room. I think the common thread is really going together. But, you know, started going, we had interactive things, and we got, you know, I feel, and because in person, it's just a different thing. Really, it's just really being in person and being able to break bread together, you know, and some other things we'll talk about when we get further on. Okay.
Any other feedback on what's different now compared to the previous year?
I just want to highlight the toolkit again. I just think that that's really great. There's so much work put into that. And I'm looking forward to see how that's going to really help us move forward.
It seems like people are more comfortable. Last year, as a kind of glance, I might be wrong. It seemed like the people that spoke up were the people that were 3 years. So people that were in their first year or second year, I didn't really hear from them. But to see the people in their second year feel that comfortable that they're speaking up and taking the lead, says a lot about the leadership that they prepare their support, their function.
Don't forget what's different is we got a big job. We need to figure out how to allocate this money.
And the work groups.
And the work group, so.
Raising the bar, because I see this as a collaborative piece as well, because there's other funds in other areas that are probably going to take some things from us.
That's something that voice was being heard, so. The next one, what should be CAB's goals and priorities for 2024? As I look at that, the way that you all was talking, I did think about automatically came to me with some of the things that you pointed out. I think we planted some motions out earlier today. I would love to hear from you all. Is there any goals or priorities that you see that we should focus on? Think you guys met earlier or?
Well, I think in 2024, we should focus on the, anything that's really getting the services they deserve to get, that they're supposed to be getting.
Right.
So we need to make sure that's actually done.
But we also need to take into consideration the non-English speaking students that are incarcerated and women.
Right.
Because all the talk we've heard about incarceration, you don't hear them talking about women. And there are a lot of women, and they affect their families, so, yeah.
And how do we uplift those homes to feel, not feel, but want to ask for the support because it's been so long, so that maybe I personally felt like the services were not structured in a fashion that for one, why they don't take it. Our beliefs and how we feel are different, especially going to jail or there's a lot of so we don't open up ourselves to what's there. So technically, we're looking to see what services are there. Maybe it doesn't need to be changed. Really understand what we're doing. We did a survey. I know you're probably put together how many were women, how many women.
I have one response.
So that's one. I'm like, I know I heard you say the numbers on how do we get it increased.
That's not a lot of, 8109 women.
So it
But the
wasn't
survey
just,
was just
yeah.
about support for inmates, period.
That sounds.
Right, because there's right, so how do we?
By percentage wise, it's
Correct.
percentage of when they respond.
So getting that is really getting. Just wait to hear what.
Yeah. They do want services.
Yeah. So the question is why no response? Why no, wanting to, participate in those things?
You hear things like, I didn't know nothing about it. I didn't get that survey, why? And most of what I'm seeing, there, nobody know about this at West County,
Right.
the women that I've dealt with. Possibly, like, is it a close sign down for the women?
You say site visit like a
Or, I probably,
I'm sure that's a possibility. We can ask, Jody, leader over at the sheriff's office, who's over the, inmate services, and custody services there. It's possible.
Because I'd be interested to really go on site and see like what is available on the module and like the libraries as far as like information. And stuff like that.
Come on down to the pre-release.
Maybe we could just talk about.
That's where some of those great questions could be.
Yeah. They're willing to talk.
Yeah. But I mean, but no, seriously, that goes back to what we said earlier regarding the work groups. There will be a section where we are. And that is an opportunity to come into the room, because you won't, I mean, they're just as busy as we are, right? So we never really get them all in the space, and to be able to have them at that space, those are things that we're going to ask. You know, about is the information available, how does it get distributed, how did that survey get put out there, and how were women, you know, not, the percentage of women provide, why was it that way, right? So, that was just an advertisement.
I think a goal should be to fully staff CAP. I think getting alternates and giving us a little bit of reprieve is something that is very valuable, as well as diversifying the people that are.
Getting more, community, input, right? How do we get this out past us that is familiar with this? A lot of people in the community that needs to be there, don't know. And this goes back to the other level, I was there, this before we passed away, was one of our goals was to have just an impacted people actually come to CAP and talk about that process, like survey. That was, we had a time frame, from when they were released, in a long period, to really come and talk about what did that look like when they were in custody. Not a survey from our CBOs, the actual live person that comes in here and say, this is what it looked like when I was incarcerated. Here's the sources I was able to receive, and here's what I did when we knocked that out. We really have that. So, we talked about it last year, but it kind of went to the side a little bit to be able to bring that back. Very good.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on that too. For me, I would like to see success stories. I would like to hear how people have utilized the services and moved on, even the thought of going back to jail. And I know that, coming from jail, we're in a survival room. And when we get out of survival room, we have our houses, food, shelter, we don't have to worry about that at the job. I would like to really see success. And I know that there are some places that have graduated things, but I know also that individuals might not feel really comfortable coming here and talking. But yeah, but I think that could be something that we could possibly find someone who could come in and say, well, yes, I received services X, Y, and Z, and how that impacted my trajectory or helping me to not do with it. You know, what things that I utilize as far as what all services I use, whether it's something personally, something that's, you know, within the system, the county, or whatever, but to actually visually see a person that has utilized the services, the money that we spend, and been able to be.
Well, I think it's an important thing, but I don't think it's about what I would have. They don't know where it's from, but if you ask someone that's actually been impacted, they would love to come to this person. And ask them something. But they don't know. So it's how do we educate and get past our regular group of people to actually engage those that have been, how do we catch them before they leave that professional level, CPO level, and get them stuff.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
One thing, you know, we don't want to render.
Right.
I mean, you know, because someone,
Yes,
we want someone that's truly and transparent.
correct.
For the language, for the heart.
Correct.
We have some of those people. We have success stories.
Yes, yes. Well, yes, some CAB members can also share as well, but it's, just being, not only, working in that area, but even through, working with a CEO with my internship, being able to be around individuals that was recently released, in that space and just bringing up CAB, they had no idea. So it was a pleasure to talk about the community work that's being done, and their eyes light up. They're like, really? I want to get in front of CAB Rivers and talk about what I went through. But how do we, so they don't know. So how do we get it past our regular people to those that are coming up, to let them know that there is a safe space for them to come in and talk about, this is what I experienced, here's what I need. Maybe the CBO did help me. Here's something that I did, how do we get them here, to be able to talk about? So that's really good. That's just my. But I'll share.
As you guys are talking, one idea that for me was, that, so you could invite folks to come and speak. Keep in mind, it is a formal space,
Right.
so, depending on that, could dictate the level of sharing that you'll hear, okay? Just saying that. But so if a flip side to that could be, if, and CAB members actually used to do this, a few years ago. Well, with that PowerPoint, right? It would take it to different community spaces and present it as a way to recruit members. But maybe what you could do instead is, if there are, through the community programs, for example, if they do workshops or whatever, have some gatherings of participants, and being able to ask the programs, can you have a conversation with, or present to, or whatever, to share with the participants the work that you all are doing through CAB, that you feel is going to have a direct impact on people like them, and they themselves and people like them, and that you'd like to hear what was their take on that, what's their reaction to it. So it's kind of the inverse, or you can do both actually, but
Is it too much to add a project like a meeting, like say, going to the CEOs or partners, doing a presentation, and the end result will be like a video, individuals being recorded, something there. Because I mean, you're right, and this is a space where they may come in and see somebody work, but they don't want to say it. How can we make them a safe space where they actually talk from the heart and then share it? Maybe it's something that we think about down the line, not something that, just to dig in deep on how we want to do it. But that would be great to have. Like how, the corporate recovery. It was really nice.
I think it'd be nice if we can, look at the information that's being entered into SAFE and see how many different, agencies that they're hitting. And then take it from there to say, we would like to reach out to these people on possible interview, so that it shows that the whole system.
Because those are the ones they say they especially make a service.
Right.
So how do we follow up with those individuals after the fact to see what was the outcome? Are you still okay? That actually tell a lot. Because those are real numbers of students they're completed. Are they completed?
If they touch like 4 different agencies.
Right.
And then, went from this agency to this agency, they, clean us over to a point that let's pull from that pool. So that we have something to say in real time, the system works. We're pulling our own data.
But there's also certain agencies that's gonna say for us, who won't really get the agency.
But the ones that, so like if they're not in there, aren't they referring them to someone else? So we discussed that at the part of meeting, that there are people that they may be referring out, so we still know who they touched.
It wouldn't be something that you want to see. So what's in safe is the CBO. So they, for example, if someone was referring to a couple of our CBOs, they would be able to be first, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't get that. You would get like our main resources, community focus, RC, Rubicon, those individuals, which you won't be able to see the behavior of that aspect of it. So you'll get our CBO information, but you won't be able to see who else are in touch. And I know it's something that, it's a topic in the time period, because there's a lot of information that's not. Your hands go. But I know that conversation between,
Yeah, you will get information, that's
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
a lot of.
So we'll see CBOs, but you won't really, you
I
won't
mean, there's
get.
ways you can reach that population, like Oxford homes is a popular SLE in our area, so I mean, you can always connect with Oxford homes to kind of, you can, just, so you kind of know that they've been through the system or they're in.
All right. The names and keep track of them.
Somebody who went through housing and they had assistance for 6 months and now they're able to sustain it on their own. That's a success story. And that is in safe, correct?
It should be.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be.
Sounds like a new activity.
Yeah, I love safe. Okay, for the sake of time, the next two questions are there any new activities or areas for CAM to consider within the charge and scope of the body? I kind of think we just went into that without me saying the question. And which areas are you most looking forward to working on this year? I think we touched on that, but I'll open it up to see if there's any additional things that you want to add to those 2 bullets before we just move on to the next slide. Hope we did put a whole bunch of stuff, but none of us took, not one note.
No.
Okay, thank you.
And it's recorded.
And then I will pass it back over to.
Fantastic. Our next slide, please. What have we accomplished at our wrap up? So we're gonna go around the room. Everyone in time, how do you feel about the work going forward?
It's not, is it the chair? Is it the chair and vice chair?
Oh, yeah, there you go, Vice Chair. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna call Crawford on you. I told you Patrice has my back.
I'm also excited about the referendum. I think it's a great growth opportunity. And we're all here to support it.
Thank you.
Actually, got another spot that you guys don't know about yet. It's to come. About it under our hat.
Yeah.
You know, leadership role.
I'm excited for everybody because, with Crawford walking away, one thing that we talked about was he wanted to focus on each person's individual strength. And I love that he pushed, or had that discussion with me and Ozzy about that. And I love that we see that everyone's saying that they're stepping outside their comfort zone and we wouldn't want to do it. And he actually sees something in each one of you guys and we really wanted to uplift that. So we go hold his promise. And so I'm excited about that. And I'm really excited about 2024 and going forward because I just hear so many great ideas. So it's gonna be a lot of great work, a lot of fun. And I'll depend on you. I made some notes for the next step. There's a lot of things that I've got bullet points to move out the way from yesterday, but I feel great about you.
And I like to add, I'm really excited about our newest member.
Yes.
Number 9. And I'm really glad that she's here and she brings nice balance and new energy and experiences.
She really ain't quiet, y'all. I just ain't got to talk yet. Yeah, a lot of insight.
I feel more comfortable now. I'm here for, years now.
Yeah.
Since I'm glad that you retreat and that go over there, things. Really important. I'm hopeful. Seeing the work that we've done, and knowing that it's possible. And then the next word would be how, like, I feel like we started the momentum, we have enough that we can build off on, and I feel like we believe in the work that we're doing. We're not afraid of work, we're not afraid to roll up our sleeves, we're not afraid to walk on doors and take advantage of the opportunity that's there. I feel like we understand the value of building relationships, that we kind of get to gel together outside of here, that there's a deep connection, and I can honestly look around the room and say that everybody here is here because they want to, they have a passion for it, it's their science, and they understand their why. So, yeah. This is the dream team. Melted last year. T-shirts, you know, I feel proud of I said that I may need to call.
I'll keep pushing somebody.
Dream team,
Have T-shirts.
have T-shirts for the dream team. It's in the budget.
Get little name tags, like other boards.
Every third party.
Oh,
She looked at like, I love you,
those are more expensive
I'm
than
just
t-shirts.
checking. Like,
It was really nice, that was name tag.
I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, ring.
How do I feel about the work going forward? I'm really energized, I'm empowered. Don't have me start, my life is a living amends. And as long as I can work in this capacity and show up for my community. You know, this is my first.
I'm gonna let her catch her breath. I'm her wing lady now. So we'll go to our next steps. Well, I guess our next steps will be to discuss our next county.
Well, yes, and, so you all may have noticed, you have no subcommittee meetings for the month of January. They will all resume in February, so yes, enjoy your break now, because when February hits, boom. You'll have a full staff meeting, you'll have
No
19, so you'll have a full, you'll have a full, CAB meeting, the second Thursday of the month. What do you think that is? February. Wait. That will be the 8th. That'll be February 8th, and then typically either the following week or the week after will be the next set of subcommittee meetings. So we do have it scheduled. So now that we have our respective members of the various subcommittees, yay, you all will soon be receiving calendar invites from all of us. All of the meetings, as you know, will be held right here in this room. If for some reason we are not able to have you scheduled here, we will likely find space at the county administrators building off of Escobar Street. So just heads up on it. Okay? I do think you have one meeting. I think actually one of your general meetings will be down here in April, right? You're not permanent, yes. So we'll keep everything up to date and posted via your calendar invites. Okay. Yes. No, Friday.
I'm not positive about the programs and services.
Yes.
And that starts at 10:30. Next one, 11, I believe. And the next one's on the 15th.
Yes, from 11 to 1.
But yeah, 11 towards it. Yes.
So also in terms of next steps, typically when you guys meet again as new subcommittees, usually each subcommittee reviews its work plan from the prior year to make any adjustments, review it, decide if you want to continue with it as planned or add new items to it. It's up to you. And then I did hear quite a few goals and priorities, so you guys can discuss now how you would want to move those forward. So foreseeable future at your respective, should be agenda items to start discussions on.
So we'll have our planning meetings, we'll schedule last.
Yeah, so, oh, thank you for pointing that out. So now for our new chairs, every month is usually the last Monday of the month. I think we have a schedule now from 3 to 4:30, I believe.
I remember the 22nd.
Yeah, of January, okay. We usually host a CAB agenda planning meeting with all the chairs. This allows us to go through each, basically each committee's meeting and determine if these are the appropriate agenda items that you want posted and discussed. So everybody's on the same page as to what to come through with each meeting. So, now that you are chair, Mr. Reverend Van Hook, you not only will be at these OTPC meetings, but the agenda planning meetings, but don't worry, it's virtual, so you're good.
Make sure.
Yeah, so, I think, Latonya, I think we put you on the, calendar invite for that.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it, so we'll make sure you get added to that. Okay, yes.
Well, is there any other discussion? Any other comment? Any reflection?
I just want to reflect on, we started late and we actually are close to ending. Including all All right. Thank you, guys. And thank you for those of you who are still on. Appreciate you joining us all day.
Thanks, Ariana.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you all who's in the gallery.
Are
Thank
these
you, guys.
ours?
Yes, they are. Take them with you. Bye. Oh, hey, Charles.
A long day.
Hi, Patrice. Hi, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy
Happy
New
New
Year.